Hello, good morning and welcome along to the start of week 10 here at the Super Series. And what an incredible lineup we have for you. Former tour card holders, one of the most exciting players to emerge from North America, and a few seasoned pros here at the Super Series. So strap yourselves in because this could be pretty special.
Ooh, bullseye. Have a bit of that.
Leg. Alex Spellman.
Outstanding finish from Spellman.
Champagne, put it on ice. Serve it all. The champagne finish from Chris Quantock.
Another for the bull. The bullseye for the fish.
Yeah, Chris Mason is alongside me. 12 more players looking to book their spot at Champions Week, something that Wayne Jones did on Saturday evening, just reflecting on week 9 for a short period. He was really consistent throughout his Group B campaign and then really raised his level in the final to get the better of Moreno.
Yeah, he played very well in that final, averaged over 94, looked comfortable enough. You know, he's a seasoned campaigner, isn't he? And it's good to see him win a week down here. I think Mark Durbridge and Jim McEwen will think it's been a missed opportunity to make Champions Week. Yeah,
absolutely. And as he said himself, the Wanderer, there really is life in the old dog yet. That'll give him so much confidence, won't it, going into the seniors?
Yeah, I think this kind of format will suit him. You know, it's short course starts, best of 7. He's not going to get fatigued. He loves to play multiple games. He's still busy enough. He's still going to play Challenge Tour, still going to play down here. Options for the seniors, of course, which we had events for at the weekend. And he's gonna fancy Champions Week, and why not? We know what it's like. Champions Week. It's a bit of a level playing field and can sometimes be a bit of a lottery. Yeah,
it really is. Moving on then to week 10 because it really is a cracker. Let's take a little look at the players who are going to be taking part. Of course, Connor Scott comes in later this week. He played so well on the Ali Pali stage against Kachuk before losing out to Gezi Price. How excited are you to see him in action?
Yeah, well, we saw a lot of Connor. I first saw him up close and personal when we were down at Southampton, and when he got his card, I thought it was a little bit too early for him. He's had the experience of 2 years on the tour. He played very well at Q Score, averaged over 91 for the entire Q Score, which is one of the highest numbers to not get a card. And for me, he's the favourite here this week.
And great to see so many players who have just dropped off the tour looking to make a mark straight away in 2024.
Yeah, 11 of our 12 players all competed in Q School a week or so ago, and they'll be on a bit of a, well, some of them are on a bit of a hot run. There's going to be a few here we're going to find out a bit more about and how they cope with this environment. They may blossom in it. It's a different type of pressure here. You know you've got multiple games to produce, so you can often relax or ease yourself in. I think we may get a few surprises here this week. I'm fascinated to see Alex Spellman and how he goes. I think he will be a little disappointed. I mean, some of his levels of performance at Q Score was really high. His problem is that range. He's got to reduce that range from his high number to his low number. If he finds some middle ground, he could be the man to beat here this week. I expect to see Spellman and Connor Scott at the business end of the week.
Yeah, I was going to say Spellman has such a high ceiling, doesn't he? Were you surprised that he didn't pick up a tour card?
Massively, massively. He was odds on to get a card. Did he play in the right Q School? He had the option to play in either one. I think if he'd played in the other, he'd have had more opportunities and probably a chance to get a card. I think he's got to be regarded as one of the top 10 players in world darts without a card. His numbers suggest that anyway. And he likes playing here. I've enjoyed. He's been down here twice now. He knows the routine. He knows the format. And like I said, I think he'd go well. For me, it's him or Connor Scott to win the week.
Yeah, and he's made it to finals night on both occasions. No surprise to see that he is the favourite when we have a look at the outright betting for this week. He's 3-1. Connor Scott not far behind him. Chris Quantock is another interesting one. He's performed well on this stage previously. And when you look back to last year's Q School, he so narrowly missed out on a tour card himself.
Yeah, he did. And I enjoyed seeing Tom Lonsdale as well. I think he's certainly a player for the future. James Wilson, another really experienced campaigner. I don't know how many years it's been he's had a tour card, but it's been a while. 9-1, there could be value there. There's a bit of a resurgent Darren Webster who's playing some really good stuff right now. He could have something to say, and maybe Tom Sykes. I've been impressed with some of the numbers he's put in the last sort of 12 months or so, and at Q School. And the only one out there that didn't play Q School was Kurt Parry. It'd be interesting to see when we have a chat with him, maybe later on today or tomorrow, what was the reason behind it. Maybe he just didn't fancy it.
Yeah, we'll definitely be asking him about that because we saw him play on the Challenge Tour last year. He's not going to have the opportunity to do that over the next 12 months. So it will be really interesting to find out the reasons why. A word on Brian Roman as well, because last year when he had a tour card, we saw him get the better of Rob Cross, Nathan Aspinall in Germany on the Euro Tour. What are you expecting from him?
Well, when he first played in the Super Series down in Southampton, he was the WDF world #1 at the time, and we didn't quite know what to expect. And he's another one whose range is just too big from his A game to his C game. And his level of play at Q School was a little bit of concern. His running averages for Q School was in the 70s at times. He could be just out of form, and that can happen. You can't pick when you're sort of having a lull in form, and maybe this would be the perfect way to get that form back. Again, multiple games. That's what the players like. You can sort of work out what's right and what's wrong, and hopefully by the end of the week, he's in the mix. He's a talented young man.
Tom van den Hogen also comes into the field. When you have a look at his numbers from the Challenge Tour at the weekend, it's going to be very difficult for him in Group A, isn't it?
Yeah, and he's very similar to the numbers punched in at Q School as well, which is, if you have a small sample, you can just sort of say, oh, well, he's out of form. But I've had a look at his numbers for 12 months. I had a look at his numbers at Q School. I had a look at his numbers at the weekend. He is going to have to find another level. There's a few in there whose numbers are not going to match up against some of the more experienced players. So it'd be interesting to see how they handle it.
Yeah, let's have a look then at the bet builder for this morning's session. The first selection, Alex Spellman against Brian Roman. Roman to hit one or more 180s in that one. Then Roman against Kurt Parry, and it is the Belgian to come through that one. Do you agree with that selection, especially given that we've not seen a great deal of Parry in action of late? Yeah,
that would be my concern. I don't think you would take anything for granted. Kurt may have his eyes on playing the WDF system this year and playing a lot of MODUS Super Series and some ADC stuff. You don't quite know. And the last time we've seen any kind of data from him was back in October. So that's a risky bet, especially the form of Roman right now. And Van Beesen against Spellman, handicap -1.5. I like that as well. I like the top one, and I like the bottom one.
Yeah, absolutely. A really intriguing opening match as well this morning. Alex Spellman taking on Brian Roman. Do you think it's more important that Roman gets off to a strong start?
Yeah, absolutely. This is very much a marathon, not a sprint, but you can't win it on day one, but you can certainly put yourself out of the equation. I think for confidence, getting off to that winning start, getting that winning feeling, being aware of where your form is, you get a win in that first game. It's not all done and dusted. You go back into that practice room and think, right, I wasn't happy with the treble 19 switch. I wasn't happy with this double. You can work on those things with a more positive mind. You make a losing start, you can easily get bogged down. We've seen it before. You get that group separation, and then you can almost see them willing Thursday to come round so they can sort of get that restart mentality.
Absolutely. Right then, before we get the action underway, let's hear from the American Alex Spellman. He's been chatting to Paul Nicholson.
Alex, welcome back to the MODUS Super Series here in Portsmouth. Are you happy to be back at the start of 2024?
Yes, actually. I mean, this is one of my favorite things to play. It's the thing I look forward to. Obviously, if I got my tour card, maybe I wouldn't be here, but I kind of saw it as a win-win. If I didn't, I get to come do this every so often.
Now that Q School and the Challenge Tour, the Q School's out the way and Challenge Tour has started, is this a good time to reassess your goals for possibly the next 12 months?
Yes, honestly, I've said in previous interviews that I don't know if a tour card being based in the United States is something that I even want. Like, I wouldn't have turned it down, but is it really what I want? I think that's what last year was kind of getting the experience and seeing if I could play, with the Europeans over here. And I think I found that I could. And now I'm kind of in that stage of, do I want to, is this what I want? And so this year we'll be kind of feeling that out and see where this all takes me.
You've done really well in a Group A situation before, and you have made it to a Saturday night, but you haven't had that title in your pocket yet. How much do you want to get that this week?
I've only been here twice, but I've improved each time. First Saturday, I didn't play great. I didn't play bad. It was mid-80s, but this last time I was here, Bradley Roos beat me 4-3 in the semis with a 99. So I wasn't even upset about that. He played great. But I want to keep that trend going of improving each time. So hopefully I can get that title so I can be back here in a couple weeks.
Very best of luck, Alex.
Yep, thank you.
Right then, a really exciting start to proceedings here at the Super Series this week as Alex Spellman, many people picked to go and secure a tour card at Q School at the start of the month, did have a run to the quarterfinals at the Challenge Tour at the weekend. He takes on Brian Roman, someone who has recently dropped off the circuit but is looking to start 2024 with a bang. On his day, capable of beating anyone, of course, showed that in Germany in September with wins over Rob Cross and Nathan Aspinall on the Euro Tour, former World Youth Quarter finalist as well back in 2020. Will we see that version of Roman this morning? Let's find out in the company of Chris Mason, and a very good morning to Paul Nicholson.
A very good morning to you, Abby, and welcome to the MODUS Super Series into week 10. We are only, like Alex Spellman said, a couple of weeks away from Champions Week. It will be weeks 10, 11 and 12 over the next 3 weeks. And then it will be big paycheck time in less than a month. But week 10 starts now for Alex Spellman. Now that the Challenge Tour weekend is done, we have people eyeing up prizes here in Portsmouth and looking at Brian Roman, who is effectively known in darts as the Noodle, even though that's not his nickname.
First leg, it's Alex.
That's your referee, Owen Binks.
Game on.
And this is a really strong first game, isn't it, Mace? Because when you look at the 6 players in Group A this week, these are probably the 2 biggest names.
Yeah, it's a strong field all week. I'm fascinated, and I want to
43.
I want to get your take on it. How will the players feel this week that competed in Q School? Obviously, all of them failed
60.
to get a card. How will they be feeling inside? Would you think they'd have gotten over the disappointment of not getting a card?
I think certain players will maybe still be smarting from it.
I mean, Darren Webster finished
83.
well on 5 points and was edged out by 1 leg, wasn't he, by Adam Hunt on retaining his tour card?
Yeah, 1 leg between
100.
being a PDC to a pro again, or indeed having 12 months.
And that was over the course of 3 days, wasn't it?
And maybe the stat of the year so far was the fact that Darren Webster, had he stayed at home on day 4, would have got a card.
140.
Yeah, Conan Whitehead was in that exactly the same scenario 12 months ago. That's another flaw within that system, isn't it?
96.
As for Roman, though, I think 12 months on from a strong start to the 2023 season in the PDC, what he wants to do now is rebuild. And I know that's a phrase that is thrown around in the football world and indeed the
43.
NFL, because Alex is from the United States. It's maybe thrown around a bit too much, but as far as Roman is concerned, that is absolutely the case.
93.
A rebuild is needed, and there is no better vehicle for that than the Super Series through Group A.
Yeah, exactly that. Exactly what I was saying to Abby. I think this is the perfect environment for those that
58.
have either
Running back 152.
not retained their card or not got a card at Q School to use as a tool
102.
to
Alex, you're back 134.
find out where your game is and how to improve it. You've got a minimum of 23 matches if you play in Group A,
58.
25 if
Running
you
back
end up in
50.
Group C after the opening 3 days. And they're all competitive. They're all on stage. They're all under the lights.
80.
And this guy's a former
Alex, you're
WDF
back
number 1, isn't he?
76.
That can't be taken away from him, but the first leg can be if Spellman gets himself a 20 in tops.
And Roman had a disastrous Q School.
56.
Failed to
Running
pick
back
up a point.
32.
And in terms of the ranking of Q School, was down at 87 of 128.
Game shot in the first leg.
On his 5th dart
Brian
double in that
Roman.
first leg of the week, he takes a break of throw, and as much as he will be pleased at
Second
taking
leg,
that
it's
first
Brian
leg,
to throw first.
he's done it in
Game
a
on.
somewhat edgy fashion, but improvement is needed from Brian, who comes from a country that really is starting to punch very hard in professional
57.
and semi-professional darts. Not the only Belgian here this week, because we have got James Van Bessian as well. So he has got somebody that I'm sure he will know in the practice room. But one thing I will say about Roman, he was here this morning before 7:30.
125.
He was knocking on the door just after the place had been unlocked, and that tells me that the work ethic is definitely not
58.
suffering, even though his form has.
Yeah, and they've all got the sort of the favourites for this week in Spellman, Connor Scott, Chris Quantock. We probably throw Darren Webster in
95.
with this conversation. Is the range something we talk about a lot? They're high-end darts and their low-end darts.
100.
Effectively, they're the difference between their A game and their B game. That range is just too big. And again, a question for you, Nico. How do they improve that?
134.
Effective work in practice. Don't just throw. Do things that simulate pressure in practice to make sure you're more
100,
prepared for things like this.
147.
We've talked a lot over the last few years about what is harder, a 147 or a 9-darter. Well, in snookering terms at the minute, we're going to have to up that. What's harder, a 167 or a 9-darter? Well, you can actually get a 167 on the dartboard as well. So that debate, I'm sure, will come up again. However, Spellman is looking at
80.
47 to break
Alex
straight back.
47.
I think the 9-darter going 167, 167, 167 may be harder than a 147. But that's about it.
That's a wonderful guide for Alex.
Game shot on the second leg.
Those darts
Alex
lie
Spellman.
quite flat in the board. And double 16 is a double you can use brilliantly
Alex to throw first.
on that flat
Game
lie.
on.
Yeah.
And he did it perfectly there for 1-1.
Perfect response. 15-dart breaker throw. Well, looking at Q School from the European Q School, Martin Drack, Kiela Klassen,
85.
Andy Martins, and Jeffrey de Graaf, who we saw here, of course, not that long ago, all winning through.
96.
And the surprise for me, who was the number one outside of those automatic qualifiers, was Hupai Puha. And Jules Van Dongen retaining.
99.
Sagansky, Chris Lamman, player very familiar here. And there's a few unfamiliar
52.
names there. Obviously, remember Jerus, Brandon Bugard, Lucas Venig, who's had a tricky 12 months. Thibaut Tricol, another familiar face here.
72.
But the ones missing out, Damien Moll, Wesley Plaisier. Players that you're familiar with from covering the Euro Tour. Christian Kist.
180.
Jerome Miok, who actually bounced back well, didn't he? He won a challenge tour at the weekend, didn't he?
Yeah, I think we are going to see a bit more of Jeroen Miak
145.
and a lot of these types of players throughout the year here at the MODUS Super Series. This is a wonderful little blitz from
137.
Roman.
Alex
He's got a 180 in
100.
this leg, and he's left double 18 after 12. However, he might be in a bit of trouble here because Spellman's on tops. Tends to steal the leg away.
90.
That was such a big
Ronnie
chance.
McQuire,
That would have
36.
wounded Roman. And instead, he's got double 9.
Game shot on the
That's a
third
great leg from Brian.
Brian Roman.
It's a breakfast here at the start of week number 10.
Well, we anticipated it being
Fourth leg, it's Brian to
super
throw
competitive.
First. Game on.
UKQ School. Me and Nico were talking about this man who did it the most efficient way. Steve Lennon
91.
loses his card, just gets it straight back. Robert Grundy, he was someone I was talking a lot to with Glenn Durrant the last time I was here. Dom Taylor, no surprise there. We both rate him highly.
58.
But the one for me, which I think is a lovely story after, again, a real tough couple of years, Leighton Bennett.
Yeah, he struggled when he was here in
60.
2023, but he seems to have figured something out, and I'm really pleased for Leighton. A lot of the headlines of young male darts has gone to a certain Luke Littler, of course, over the last few months.
140.
Well, Leighton was the Luke Littler of his time as a youngster.
Absolutely. He's got himself a few column inches since then.
140.
And the list of names who qualified via the Order of Merit, it's like a who's who of the Super Series. Matt Dennant, Willie Borland, Joshua Richardson, James Hurrah, George Killington, Danny Lowby, Rhys Griffin, Brett
57.
Claydon, our mate, Ice Cold, Darren Beveridge, and I'm chuffed to bits for Adam Hunt.
Now, Adam Hunt, who lost in a final in this series,
140.
and not that long ago, in fact, lost to Cameron Crabtree in week 4. So we will see Cam Crabtree in Champions Week. I wonder if we're going to be seeing Spellman.
140, Brian. It requires 70.
Roman's got him in trouble here already. Oh, and he's going around the
Game
board the
shown
way
with
he
four
does
flags.
because his
Brian
ability
Roman.
to confuse our cameras and spotters will be spoken about an awful lot this week.
Fifth
Well,
leg,
we
it's
talk
Alex
about-
to throw first.
While
Game on.
we're on it in terms of numbers, and in Q School, for the entire Q School across 5 matches, Brian Roman averaged 78-23. If he'd have played as well as he's playing here, he'd have been
100.
right in the mix for a card because he's averaging 88.
Now, we talk about the standard needed here in a Group A scenario, or indeed
58.
in a Group C or B scenario to make a Saturday. It's going to have to be around that 17 dart mark, which is somewhere between 88 and 89. That's not too far away from where Brian is playing at the minute.
78.
You don't have to have your best stuff on a Monday morning, but you have to have enough in the tank for the next 3 days to be the player in
58.
Group A, because it's only one from this 3-day scenario that makes it to Saturday night with 2 days off in between. Spellman has done that before. This is actually Brian's first visit to Portsmouth.
139.
He's never played with us when it's been called the MODUS Super Series. Maybe that's one of the reasons why he was here so early. Unfamiliar
57.
circumstances, but
Sensible.
he was walking into a practice room this morning, which I have to tell everybody is immensely impressive.
Yes, it is. I mean, the original one was superb, which is now part of production.
141.
But their new room, well, it is just the whole environment here is
58.
players
Alex, you require
to get the best
43.
out of them.
This is to save the match, but he's got plenty of time to do it. Only 1 out of 5 on the doubles so far, and double top has not been cooperating so far.
Game shot.
However,
the fifth
tens
leg.
does answer the
Alex
call this
Spellman.
time to keep this match alive.
Yeah, it's a good standard, isn't it? The only leg that has been
Fifth
a
leg,
bit
it's Brian to
iffy
throw first.
was
Game
leg 1. Well, leg 1 at 9:30 in the morning is always going to be a toughie. But since then, we've had a
100.
15 dart break back by Alex, and then a 14 and a 15 from Brian, and that was a 15 dart hold from Spellman to keep it alive. Of the players that did have cards that no longer have them, are there any there that you're
100.
specifically looking forward to seeing here at the Super Series? Because I'm sure they'd want to be here. Joe Murnan's one for me. I think he will benefit massively from
60.
playing here for a season effectively.
Yeah, I think he needs reps. And I think also top of my list is and it's completely selfish on my part, is to see Ted Everts.
Yeah, Louis Williams as well. I
100.
think he'll benefit massively from knowing that he's got multiple matches. The one surprise for us and a player that both me and Paul expected to romp to a
125.
card, Darryl Pilgrim.
I've already written an article in the last week or so talking about my surprise at Pilgrim not getting any points at Q School, but he had a very good challenge tour weekend, albeit without
60.
a victory.
I can't wait to see Richie Burnett down here. Devon Peterson, another player that will benefit massively.
134.
Scott Waits, Kevin Burness, who had so much success here at the, well, then what was the live league?
Now, Roman's got himself a match-winning shot here of 82.
100. Brian require 82.
He is somewhat unconventional, but he will go for the bull here. 15 leaves the bull to finish the first match of the week. And that will give him some confidence for 2 reasons. One, because he's taken a bullseye checkup to win a match. And secondly, he's beaten the best ranked player, in our opinion, in this group. And that's a decent performance. 85.5 to start your week against a person who has averaged more than him. We'll take a short break, and when we come back, we're going to get a look at a young Welshman. Well, he's not so young anymore, but he's still very talented. His name is Kurt Parry.
Next up this morning, Kurt Parry takes to the stage, qualified for this by winning the Red Dragon Champion of Champions last year. As we mentioned at the top of the show, elected not to go to Q School at the start of the month. Of course, did have a few runs to the last 16 on the Challenge Tour last year. Clearly has different priorities for the next 12 months. He's up against Tom van den Hogen, who will certainly need to perform at a higher level than he did on the Challenge Tour at the weekend. To see whether he can do just that, let's rejoin Nico and Mason Comms.
Thank you very much, Abby. Good morning and welcome back, everybody. Match number 2 of 15 we're bringing you today in the opening session of Group A, Week 10. Only 3 more opportunities to make it to Champions Week for the big bucks. The players this week competing for a winner's cheque of £5,000. Champions Week, of course, the winner taking away a very nice £20,000. Well, I have to be honest, Paul, don't know too much
First leg,
about
it's
Tom
Kurt to throw
van den
first.
Hogen.
Game on.
I've had a look at his Q School performances. It doesn't make good reading, I'm afraid. Played 4 matches, had a average of 72.88 across those 4 matches. He's going to have to find a good 10 points on that.
I have to agree. And there's no place to hide these days when it comes to having a debut like this, because with the birth of certain databases,
57.
we can dig really, really deep. You might be trying to hide in amongst 400 to 500 dart players in fringe
59.
tours, but we're going to find you. We're going to find out what you've done before. But there's another way of looking at it as well. He'll be up against Kurt Parry, who has played on the tour himself.
43.
Like Abby mentioned, he won the champion events last year. So maybe he can come in here and say, well, the pressure's on the other people. Let's see what I can find out about myself over the next 3 days at least.
Yeah, and I had to look back at his seasonal numbers. So all the official
97.
recorded matches he's played in, 75-62. So it's a little better than Q School. So, you know, he's a mid-70s player, but we've had mid-70s players come here and, well, literally put 10 points on their numbers.
96.
Yeah, nice solid start here from Kurt. But Tom has a chance to take this first leg against the darts. That chance has evaporated after missing the treble 18.
45.
Parry on 68 has got plenty of options. Takes the double 16 option.
36.
I'm just going to watch out for the doubling over the next 3 days of Kurt, because if he does have a weakness, maybe it's that department. That is a bad dart.
No score.
And that's an even worse one, isn't it?
32.
So Parry gets a second chance to take this first leg.
Game shot,
and he does so in 7 visits.
Parry.
How many times do we see Davidson's coming here and just a bit too eager to get to the hockey? I think it's a good thing, because they obviously want to play.
It does take some getting used to. I can remember my first game and thinking, right, I'm just going to get on with it. And then, oh, yeah, I've got to wait.
How do you think Kevin Painter feels about the fact that Kurt Parry's here with his shirt emblazoned with KP all over it?
140.
Kevin was here last week and played extremely well.
Yeah, he did. Good to see. We're not too far off, of course. Next
140.
Next month, the Seniors World Championships at the Tavern. There is a few tickets left, not too many, so be quick. It is at the iconic Circus Tavern. If you're a darts fan, it's a must visit. Head over to www.dartshop.tv if you're interested in attending that or attending here. Details of how you can join us on a Saturday night there as well. And don't forget to follow us on all the social media platforms at MSS Darts. Loads of information on tickets for here, seniors, and many exhibitions
60.
to boot.
Speaking of boots, I mentioned that shirt might not get Painter's approval, but I'll tell you what would. It would be Kurt's
60.
loafers. They are Bobby Dazzlers, of which I've only seen before from his certain Kevin Painter.
Must be a KP thing.
42.
I think of another dart player with the initials KP. What about Kelvin Painter?
Welsh guy, wasn't he?
He was. He actually played Kevin in an international match about 20 years ago.
Yeah, I remember Calvin.
84. Tommy Rock,
My era, that.
140.
140 for the equaliser. Tom, so far, delivering a lot of darts which are short of the
100.
target,
Requires
especially in that
62.
treble 20 area. That's a nice layup.
Tops.
22. Tommy require 40.
This is where you just want to get your first double in the
Show
bank,
the
and that's
second
very
man.
well done
Tom
by
van den
Tom
Hogen.
van den Hogen. Now, if he doesn't call himself the Incredible Hulk
Delegates
or
Kurt to throw
something
first.
of that
Game
sort of
on.
ilk, then he's missed an opportunity, hasn't he, with a name like Hogan. He's not a real American. He's a real Dutchman.
57.
Matthew Edgar would have got that one.
I'm not sure he quite has the build to call himself the Hulk, but there you go.
59.
And like we mentioned, Kurt Parry won the Champion of Champions event last year, and that is not easy to win. If you think
60.
this is a short format, that was best of 3 throughout. And it got him this invite here in late January of 2024.
43.
Kurt's always had potential. He was always spoken about as an incredible natural player. And in fact, a lot of people likened him to
96.
Adrian Lewis with that very natural action. And in fact, it was Adrian Lewis's birthday yesterday. He was 39, I believe. So happy birthday to
100.
Jackpot. And also to a certain Luke Littler, who turned the ripe old age of 17 yesterday.
Thank goodness for that. So I'm going to
60.
hear the constant 16-year-old, if he now 17-year-old Luke Littler.
93.
Nice switch there from Tom, but to see somebody going the 20s on 299, it makes my milk curdle. Gives us an indication of the counting prowess of
50.
a player very, very early. That's a great first start. He can build on that one.
83.
That's okay. He is first to a finish. They are the Bobby Dazzlers, aren't they? And they don't have any laces. There's a real 90s feel about it. I'd love to know where he got
138.
those.
123.
Double 18 for Bull needed here.
Yeah, it's a good thing to win that Champions of Champions when you look back and where their
91.
careers
Curly required
went after
40.
winning it. Gezi Price, 2015. Johnny Clayton, 2016.
James on the third
Ryan
leg.
Searle,
Kurt Parry.
2018. Jim Williams, 2019. Kurt Parry, 2023, of course.
Delegates
Alex
Tom
Small,
to throw
2022.
first. Game on.
Paul Hogan, 2017.
How ironic that he's playing against Van den Hogen and he's the champion of a
59.
tournament that is won by a Hogan. There you go. He played wonderfully this weekend, didn't he, Paul Hogan, at
Yes.
the seniors events?
Yeah, he had an average of 109,
55.
didn't he, in one of his matches.
I'm going to put you on the butcher's block here now, Mr. Mason, because
96.
at this time last year we had a conversation about whether Super Series records would be broken. We both agreed that maybe somebody would break that 120 barrier.
100.
It was done by Daryl Pilgrim. Is that average record of over 122 going to be broken this year, or will it remain?
95.
Yeah, I had a look at the potential players we could have. And obviously we're going to see
58.
more of Daryl Pilgrim. I'm not so sure.
I'm with you. I think that record will remain this year, but I think
41.
other records may be smashed. Now, if Kurt Parry was to get some rhythm this week, he could indeed break
100.
the individual 180 record for a match. He could
Yeah.
easily get 8.
Yeah, he loves a max. Loves a max.
I've only seen 1
100.
today so far, but it's early. But look at that first start. Straight, upright. You think about some of the
45.
biggest scorers in
Tommy
world
Rogan,
darts.
110.
He's got the acumen.
And that kind of action as well, isn't it? It's just that beautiful, soft rhythm. Well, talking of Hulk Hogan, do you know his
50.
real name, Nico?
Curly record 143.
Terry Valea.
Just knew you'd know that. Don't know why I bother. No,
63.
no wrestling or
Tommy required
golf-related
60.
questions for Nico this week. If you do have any questions for us, Paul will have the X app open. So
40.
at MSS Darts, you can
80.
come direct into the commentary box. If you've got any questions or comments, keep them sensible and respectful. And
70.
we will answer
Tommy
them
required
live
20.
on air.
Big chance here for Tom. Got to take this double 10, you feel. It's on his darts.
Game
That's
shot
a nice
fourth
little
leg.
assist as well from
Tom
dart number
Vanden
2.
Hoogen.
And it brings us to 2-2.
Well, I do get some flack
Fifth leg, it's Kurt to throw
with
first. Game on.
my numbers game. Incredibly, at the moment, I talked about the sample, which is not really big enough, of James's level of play at Q School. 72.88, currently 72.27.
96.
Playing to type.
And we know that Parry can play better than this.
Oh, way, way better.
59.
But we don't have as much accurate information about him currently as others because he didn't do Q School.
No, and his last recorded
21.
matches were back in October at the Challenge Tour.
And he is
99.
another player that has vaulted his way into molded technology in stems and flights. Seems to be the fashionable thing to
45.
try at the minute. It doesn't necessarily have to be an advantage to use these things, but it's something that everybody should try and see if it works for them.
54.
Yeah, they are lovely. I can't fault them. It's just they're currently not particularly cost effective
95.
because of my OCD. Because if I damage
164.
one, I've got to change all 3. Can't have different colour ones either. That ain't happening.
100.
I'm going to come back to that in a second, actually. Because there's someone who famously uses molded technology and has 3
81.
different
Got your
coloured
required
flights.
64.
Who you might see here this year. 2 single 16s leave double 16, but tops is left.
Game shot on the fifth leg.
Good play from Kurt.
Kurt Parry.
18 darter there. That is a little bit of improvement in this game. You can see green, you can see white, you
Six-legged
can see
Tom to
red on
throw
that shirt.
first.
All the colours
Game
of
on.
Wales. But the colours of Lithuania are what you might see on the stage at some point in the next few months, because Darius Labanauskas is no longer on tour.
81.
And he is someone who I feel could really thrive here.
Yeah, I agree. Can't wait to see him here. I'm sure he will.
140.
Yeah, Kurt's seasonal numbers last year, so from January up until
43.
October, 84.61. I mean, if he plays to that level, he'll be right in the mix this week.
60.
I think Kurt will enjoy the fact that maybe Brian Roman, being a former
99.
WDF #1, and Alex Spellman, of course, because of his success in the last couple of seasons, will be the ones shouldering the favouritism.
180.
But the ability of Parry, yes, it hasn't been evident in the first 4 legs, but it's starting to show itself here
36.
towards the end of this match, because
121.
it should now be over. Lovely layup.
81.
Perfect play from Parry.
Could be a 180. And is, but it might be the last 3 darts he throws.
Required 40.
Parry leaves tops after 12.
Game shot
And that's a
and the
really big
match.
improvement on the
Kurt
doubles towards
Parry.
the end. A great performance from Kurt Parry in the final couple of legs. Give him a 4-2 victory. And he follows Brian Roman by winning by 2 clear legs. We have game 3 coming up for you after this. We're going to get our first look at Lee Budgeon, who also has experience of winning a Group A here in Portsmouth previously.
So then, James Van Bessian and Lee Budgeon complete our first round of fixtures here at the Super Series. Budgeon hasn't had the ideal prep this morning, arrived late due to traffic. Will that impact his performance level in his opener? Of course, saw him in action this time last year here at the Super Series, topped Group A, but only picked up 3 legs on finals night. Didn't make it through Group C on his last visit here, though. Nico and Mace, how much do you think arriving at the venue at 9:45 this morning will impact him in this one?
One or two ways. You either just throw with complete freedom because there's no level of expectation, or you end up really tight and trying too hard. What say you, Nico?
Not a fan of getting anywhere late. I was here at 5 to 7 this morning just because it felt like the first day of school. But I remember once, and I'm not going to go full-on monologue here, but I decided to drive once to Halle in Germany from Northamptonshire. And I got there 20 minutes before registration finished because we got stuck on the wrong side of the channel because of a cancelled ferry. And I was so relieved to win my first match, which covered my expenses. But if something stops you from getting anywhere on time, just be at peace with it. You can't change it.
No, there's no point flapping about it, and you just got to, like I say, just crack on and put it down to experience. He will have to play
100.
Well, he's only going to get one match break, isn't he? Up next is Rahman versus Parry, and then he's straight back on. So, I was just about to say, it could well be a tough day as he nearly piles in a max. What do you think of this throw then, Nico?
Well, it reminds me a little bit of JT Davis from last week. And what we've got here is what I like to call a pinch, where you pinch the dart with your fingertips and the dart changes in grip. Now, JT Davis played some great stuff last week. I think he's a good prospect.
56.
But as someone who really does look at technique, I'm not a fan of it. I just think that pinching the dart at the end, and particularly that little twist at the end as well, is just taking the dart away from that eye line a bit too much.
Yeah, and my issue is how difficult is it to continue to replicate
100.
all of those moving parts? Where if you look at that dart position in that grip, it's almost just the opposite of the way it lands, which is perfect because it'll go through the air on that natural arc on leaving the end of the throw. Oh yeah, gives me the shivers watching this one. Oh, he's playing all right, in fairness.
He looks as cool as a cucumber, and I really admire that. And he's got the Phoenix on the back of his shirt. It's not Phoenix time. You don't have to rise yet. Just got to be good to start things off. Make sure that you don't have to rise from the ashes.
James, you require 42.
And James, another player who's had a
Game shot on the first
season that
James Van Bessian.
and certainly a Q school which was tough.
Second against Lee to throw first. Game on.
I did have my names around the wrong way. Tom's seasonal average is actually 76.9. Sorry, his Q school average was 76.96 over 3.
100.
His seasonal average is down at 75. It's actually James who averaged 72.88 during his efforts at Q school. And already he's averaging well above that, but we'll take another look at that at the end of this match. See where he is numbers-wise. Maybe he just had a bad Q school.
It may just be the case.
93.
Speaking to Alex Spellman this morning, he was very insightful about what he was saying about whether having tour privileges and living in the United States is beneficial to him at this point in time. We've heard from Sto Bunce,
100.
another American player, saying that he doesn't want a tour card for at least another couple of years. But there are people who are going to Q school and trying to find out what kind of player they are when playing against the best.
Yeah, I think if listen, in Europe it's tough enough anyway. But when you're as far away as Canada, America, etc., that financial commitment to traveling,
59.
it will take its toll, as will the traveling.
Just looking at the social feeds of Brian Romano over the last few days. If you live in Belgium or the Netherlands, or indeed
95.
France, I'm not sure if we're going to get any French players this year because Jacques Larbe and Thibaut Tricol are both PDC Tour pros now, but you might get sick of the sight of that Eurotunnel. But if you are someone who lives in that area of Europe, this is not the worst place to come because there are trans-channel links in Portsmouth.
61.
That's for getting from
James, you require
Yorkshire and Humberside.
124.
Yeah, very much dependent on traffic.
Yeah. The other week I drove from Derby. I left at 5 a.m. thinking I'd be here for wait the throw. Around about 7:30, 7:45. I arrived at 11:30.
That is a 4. That is a 54.
58.
That is not a double 18. He almost
James,
rescued that
39.
shot. And Van Bessien could take 2-leg lead here against Lee Budgeon, who has won a Group A before. That's a bad dart. That leaves 23. Needs that 7 again and gets it this time.
31.
A big miss on the double 8 gives Budgeon another chance.
Well, Sid would have called that lot a bag of nails. Well, that's a nice miss. And again, he will be struggling with the weight of throw, having only probably about 20 minutes to prepare for this match, if that.
Double 4 for James.
Game shot on the second leg.
It doesn't come much better
James
than
Van
that. That's a
Bessien.
wonderful shot from the Phoenix.
Feel like it's James to throw first.
And when you are delayed
Game on.
and you don't get that optimal amount of preparation time, sometimes your arm going into a game like this just feels like lead. But you've got to use every single rep that you've put in over the last few weeks to their best potential.
140.
He's not going to have much of a lead-up time to his next game, like Chris mentioned, so be at ease with it, calm your head down, and just start to flow.
100.
You're always going to feel all right around the treble 20 because you predominantly throw at that target. It's doubling and moving around the board. You'll feel it.
We've already seen Budgeon miss 4 darts at a double.
100.
So he could be in the position that James is in right now. But he's not. And you can't complain about that in your own mind.
97.
James was 2-1 to win this game. Lee was the 4-11 favourite. This could be an early coupon buster.
Just a question again on that pinching of the grip. It's very much towards the end
55.
of the setup. Do you think that's one of the reasons for his equipment choice is because of the grip? A lot of weight towards the end of that setup makes the delivery easier.
Yeah, and it's like you picked up on
100.
quite early. It's that roll at the back, so you will actually roll that barrel into his forefinger and his thumb, as you can see. But it's the darts to the left upon. It's very intricate, that throw.
100.
I think it's one of them that will either work or not work, and that will probably happen throughout the phase of a match.
82.
When you come to the Super Series
James, you require 106.
and you have got reps in the bank and you have got a technique, it's not the kind of week to change anything. You go with what you've got. Double 18 for 3-0.
Game shot
And he's got a
on the third
3-0
leg.
advantage here. This is
James
a
Van
decent
Bessien.
performance.
It is 88-41. That's way up on. Like I said, sometimes
Like it's Lee to throw
the
first.
numbers from Q
Game
School can be a little deceiving when they're a small sample, and his sample was small because he didn't have any success.
140.
Played 4 matches, averaged 72.88. Right now, he's put 16 on that.
I've got to get something off my chest, you know. He reminds me of somebody, and I cannot for the life of me remember who it is. So if you have got any idea who James Van Bessien resembles, by all means, please let us know, because it might just
56.
relieve me of some tension, because it does remind me of somebody.
Beanie.
Sounds like a very regal name, doesn't it? Van Bessien.
45.
Well, that part of the world, Belgium, really is coming to the fore at the minute. They've got the Hybrex boys on tour. They've
38.
now got Andy Bartons, which means we're not going to see him here. We only saw him 1 week in 2023, and he lost to a certain Luke Littler in the final. But I am really hoping that Andy Bartons kicks on from here, because he is a fabulous start player.
125.
I thought he was brilliant at the WDF World Champs.
A lot of these players who will grace this stage may just be eyeing up that Lakeside stage for
57.
December.
Andy Bartons isn't going to be there.
You think about other players from Belgium.
Jacob Taylor will be.
Yeah.
A player we know very well from the Super Series. He won in
43.
Vegas at the weekend, so he won his golden ticket. He's straight into the WDF Champs, and he'll have a big shout.
I wonder how many
50.
Belgians will be on that stage. Just under a year. They've got plenty of time to put things right with a plethora of tournaments to play in, and no better to sharpen your skills than this, the MODUS Super Series.
100.
This is a great start from James. But remember, when Lee Budgeon won his Group A around a year ago, he lost his first 2 games on Monday. After that,
128.
he was in cruise control. So don't be fooled. Another one of those would be very handy right now. It's a match start, double 10.
108.
Good effort.
Lee requires
Well, this has
62.
got to go, or it's all over. 4-0. Going to get 1 dart at tops.
Game
Oh,
shot
what a
at
saver that
fullback.
is.
Lee Budgeon.
Lee Budgeon, final dart in hand. That's a little smile to himself. 1 match dart
Fifth against James to
for
throw
James
first.
Van Bessien.
Game on.
There's a little bit of a smile on the face there of Lee. You don't get a great deal of emotion from him on stage. But that was one of, I'm just glad to get my first double out of the way, but at this stage, you can't rule out the possibility
140.
of somebody coming back from 3-0 down, especially when he's got the experience from this stage, and James does not.
100.
This is his TV debut, isn't it?
Do people still look at TV debuts the same way as they did maybe 20, 25 years ago?
Not with the introduction of the Euro
100.
Tour and things like that.
I remember vividly when Gail King played Graham Stoddart at the Circus Tavern.
180.
I took a half day at work to go and watch that game because it was such a big deal.
She won the first set, didn't she?
She did. But I think these days, when you make your first big appearance in front of the cameras,
60.
it doesn't get as much attention as it once did.
Yeah, I think because so many players that have played on streaming boards, so obviously that's not what
131.
I watch YouTube on my telly, so there you go. Yeah, I don't think it carries as much fear anymore. I remember making my TV debut, I couldn't keep my hands still. Shaking
60.
like a leaf.
They require 90.
Plenty of leaves shaking here today with a very blustery UK. Bull for tops for Budgeon.
50.
Could say he's growing in confidence
James
now that he's got
Maguire,
that first double in the bank.
141.
However, he might have his pocket picked here. You just never know.
Well, Lee Budgeon is warming up in a game, isn't he?
36.
no pressure on the
They
tops
require
now.
40.
Just get rid of it. Easy for us to see it. He's missed it 4 times. How about 10s?
20.
This is more
Change of
doable than a
require
1-4-1, and he's
105.
already missed a 1-2-8 for the match to win this game by 4-0. Should be another match opportunity. It's going to be at the top of the shop.
85.
Another chance
He
missed
required 20.
for his first 2 points of the week. That could be a great guide or not.
Bumped the other side, hasn't it?
Game shot on the
he's
fifth
leaving
leg.
it late.
Lee Budgeon.
Another match dart come and gone for James Van Beesen, and Budgeon now has the darts to level
Sixth
things
leg
up.
is Lee to throw
Well, what Lee
first.
Budgeon did there on
Game
double
on.
10 is he showed the kindness of the left-hand side of the barrel, and he showed just what the right side could do. That was a great education right there in 3
96.
darts as to how you can hit double 10 multiple ways, and indeed how you can miss it. Been a great weekend of sport, that's for sure, with that thrilling NFL playoff game
60.
during the night between the Buffalo Bills and the Kansas City Chiefs. Wouldn't want to be a Bills fan today again against Kansas City, but there was a big sporting story in golf over the weekend when amateur player
96.
won on the PGA Tour for the first time in 33 years. And technically, and you're probably wondering where I'm going with this, these players are amateur players,
140.
but they're still shooting for a big prize of £5,000, like Mace mentioned earlier this morning. However, when Dunlap won the American Express tournament last night, it was over $1 million, and he wasn't allowed to cash it as an
95.
amateur.
What happens to that money?
Good question.
Suppose they just get to keep it.
Well, I do remember when Shane Lowry won the Irish Open. Second place was Robert Rock, and I believe he got the money.
100.
Wow. Also, Fallon Sherrick winning in Vegas, securing her spot at Lakeside if she doesn't qualify for the PDC Worlds, of
140.
course. Rory McIlroy defending his title. Ronnie O'Sullivan winning another tournament, defeating Judd Trump in the final of the Grand Prix.
Yeah, big congratulations to Wendy Reinstadler for making the Las Vegas Open final. That was a big deal for
100.
Wendy.
He requires 74.
But unfortunately, going up against Fallon, it was just too much. Budgeon needs 63 more, and he's missed that 13 by a good inch.
34.
So another chance
James, you require
for
101.
Van Bessian to get this game won and to give us 3 4-2 scorelines in round number 1 here on Monday.
And we had a real blast in the past. Aidan Kirk beating Danny Jansen in the final of
Game
the
shot on the match.
Challenge
James
Tour
Van
as
Bessian.
James Van Beesen wins his first game of the day, an average of 87.24, way up on his numbers from Q School, some 15 points up. And 5-1-40s in the process, and some very tidy finishing. 4 from 8. But do remember, Lee Budgeon, due to traffic, arrived late. When we come back, Brian Raman takes on Kurt Parry.
So into our second round of fixtures we go then. Owen Binks, our match referee, is ready, and it's Brian Rahman and Kurt Parry next to go head-to-head, both victorious in their openers this morning. They have met once before, these two. That was on the Dev Tour back in 2017. The Belgian downed the Welshman in a decider on that occasion. Will we have another close encounter between the two this time around? Let's find out with Chris and Paul.
Thank you, Abby. Yeah, fascinating little tie even this early on. Kurt coming through against Tom with a 4-2 win with an 80.62. Brian beating the fancied Alex Spellman by the same scoreline, but with an average of 85.76. Both players will be looking to improve their level of play.
Game on.
There's some sad news I've just been informed of. Mike Titmus, the former PDC chairman who preceded Barry Hearn's role back in 2001, has sadly passed away. Thoughts and prayers from all of us here at the Super Series with Mike Titmus' family and loved ones.
Yeah, seconded miss. Like a hell of a guy.
Loved his darts, didn't he? Played an active role for some 23 years within the PDC. Was part of the DRA, and he did have a sense of humour because I would turn, not you again, Mason. Yes, Mike. It's me again.
57.
I think there are a few players who can tell a story about when they've had an email that starts with DRA and you think, oh no.
Running require 164.
Well, is this game going to start with Brian Rahman taking the lead?
55.
This is going to be fast and furious, this game. There's going to be no waiting here.
So we did have 5 challenge tours over the weekend. The first events back from Q School. 5 different winners, which is a great sign, Paul. One for me, which is a double 16. A lovely story, and that was Richie Burnett picking up a title after losing his card. Danny Janssen getting one. Lukasiak, a player we've seen a lot of here, double 8.
128.
Stefan Bellman, and as I said, Aidan Kurt picking up a title.
Great stories all. Rahman's going for double 16 here for a leg that he really should have won comfortably. But he does win it with a wonderful use of that second dart as a bit of a boulder next to it and just bounces in off it.
Secondly, it's Kurt to throw first. Game on.
He's a very, very confident person, is Bryant. And he should be. He's an excellent dart player, but at the minute he just needs to knit a few things together. And I really do think that this is the ideal vehicle for him to start finding that form and that confidence again.
Yeah, there's a few things I'd probably change. If you look at the acceleration of Kurt Parry from the backswing to the end of the throw, it's very controlled. This for me is just that little bit too quick. When he just takes just 5 or 10% off of it, he has a lot more control. He's a lot more measured.
He reminds me a little bit of Devon Peterson in the regard that there's very little drawback of the dart.
85.
He gets himself into a set position here, which is actually quite deep. And then it's all forward motion. And that right shoulder is just thrusting too much.
Yeah, it's part of the throw that shouldn't be engaged. If you look at Kurt Parry, everything is from the elbow. And what that encourages is low darts.
Now, when he gets it right, he gets it
83.
wildly right.
Yeah.
But every now and again, that shoulder will just say, no, I'm not having it. I'm out of position. But the ease of which Parry delivers those darts, that's why we rate him so highly. I know it's a bit of a mystery as to why he didn't do Q School and Challenge Tour and things like that, but he's got a big family.
56.
Yeah.
He's got other priorities. This is essentially a hobby that he's just world class at. He might be one of those players who says when he's about 42, 43 years of age, do you know what? Now that my kids have grown up a little bit, I'm going to give it a proper go.
Look at all these low darts, Nico.
81.
Everything that we suggest will happen with a throw like that is happening. And it's something that can be tweaked and worked on.
55.
Are there any kind of drills that you would maybe encourage Brian to get into. Look at that forward motion on some of the darts. And when that happens, when that body starts to tilt, that shoulder says, oh, well, we've got to climb a little bit. Got to make sure your body's in the right position before anything else.
Yeah, I just think it's a thing that you can look at from this angle. That's the beauty of playing here. You can examine your own action. Like we said, the last 2 visits when it's been a bit more controlled,
60.
it works, and it works perfectly.
Well, this is much better from Brian. I like this player. No reason to go double top there. Just go for the chance on 80 with the 16s, but ultimately to leave yourself on double 8 is a very fine option.
Brian requires 16.
Nice guide. Nice use of it as well.
Brian Roman.
Encouraging for Brian.
Yeah, beautiful like that.
4th leg, it's Kurt to throw first. Game
was the WDF #1, like you mentioned. And I was looking through his resume.
180.
As we're starting to get a few more 180s in round 2 compared to round 1. But is his
59.
resume similar to that of previous WDF #1s? You can say no.
83.
And you can't really compare him to the likes of maybe Neil Duff, who was the current #1, or indeed Andy Barton's, because
58.
Barton's about 9 months ago went on this crazy run where I think he won 4 tournaments in a row.
He did.
But what Roman
60.
did when he went to the 2022 Lakeside, and with the tour card, there was a bit of a story at the time where the PDC allowed a certain number of players to play at Lakeside.
57.
A one-off, I might add. But he went into a Lakeside Championship as a #1 seed. I think that's one of the biggest feathers in his cap in his career to date. And he played pretty decently in that tournament as well.
I think there's not enough
87.
high-profile wins on his resume for a former world #1, but
Game shot on the 4th leg.
we can't also ignore the level of WDF around that sort of period.
I was reading over the weekend just how many
54.
WDF ranking tournaments there are going to be in Hungary. Couldn't believe it. There's something like 8 to 10 events.
98.
Wow.
And how many Hungarians have played here?
Yeah,
that
bizarre.
has got to change this year. And I don't mean to be standing on my soapbox.
60.
But if Patrick Kovac does not play here this year, then something is amiss, because he's got talent. And we're starting to see talent from these two, who are giving us a really decent game here. However, there's 20 between them in the averages. Yeah, you heard that right. 20 points between them.
77.38 Roman, 97.59 Parry, but we're locked at Desmond.
99.
Intriguing stuff. To start off week 10. We've got some great players into Champions Week already. But this is where things really start to heat up.
164.
You can almost smell Champions Week. It's within the next 3 weeks, where big checks can be cashed
54.
and lives can change. I'll be really interested to see where Kurt goes for 110, because if it was Roman going for that,
134.
you just have to hazard a guess. He's got more tricks up his sleeve than most. Conventional from Kurt. And also very, very good. 3-2 to the Welshman.
And the all-important
breaker
throw, giving Kurt the option or the privilege of throwing for the match. He's been the better player for me. He's looked the most likely.
He's an impossibly nice bloke, is Kurt Parry. I spent a lot of time with him on tour.
60.
Just shy of 8-9 years ago. Just such a pleasure to be around and to practice with. Hasn't got a nasty bone in his body. And some players have had it levelled at them that they need to find that tiniest level of nastiness to succeed.
140.
But I admire the fact that Kurt says, you know what? I am who I am. I'm going to play it how I play it. I'm going to do whatever I want to do.
100.
And that's how he lives his life.
Again,
52.
low darts, shoulder engaged.
He wants to stay up there because initially he was looking for the maximum to leave 32.
100.
But that third dart is a really good sign. If he can get past that blocker, which I'm starting to call a Humphreys dart now. If he can do that,
the only player that can bend
They
darts.
require 112.
Oh, can he get the 60 this time? Yes, it's a match dart.
80.
Missed, but he will be back.
Yeah, all Rahman can do is apply a little bit of pressure. Another one of those would do just that.
134.
The 3 darts in hand for
Going
Parry to
require
end with
32.
the best average of the day so far.
And this has been a proper performance. It's not a winning performance yet,
60.
and it still isn't.
Ronnie required 57.
In fact, if Rahman takes this, he might just be the favourite.
Game shown
How
the
good was that,
sixth
tops?
Brian Rahman.
And for the first time today, we're not going to have a 4-2 scoreline.
7 from final.
Match starts to wrap it up with an average in
Game
excess
on.
of 95. Parry now averaging 93 to Rahman's 80, but it's Rahman in the driving seat, and because of those low darts,
59.
Paul, there's a completely over-pitched one to try and compensate.
That's got to be the mark of concern for Brian.
140.
The weight of dart. It's not so much about the line. The line is fine. But when he gets the first one in, he's got a margin of error because he can just blast it into the flight.
180.
FDM, first dart merchant.
57.
Just how hurtful would this be if Parry walks away from this with a defeat? Just a mark of how quick this game has been. At 3-3, this game was 10 minutes old.
57.
That's a really good pace.
It suits both, which is probably why it's been such a good game. Needs another. Gets another.
140.
First to a finish.
105 or more, surely. Oh, he's going to be aggressive.
140. Go to
Yeah, he'd be a
164.
nightmare to stand behind, because if that first dart's in the treble 20, you know what's coming.
73.
Little
Ronnie
slip
requires
there from
65.
Kurt. Gives Brian a really good chance here to win this match.
55.
And they've both missed
They
multiple
require
match starts
91.
now.
Does he go ball, Nico?
Let's find out. He doesn't. And he does not get a shot at either the
51.
bull
Ronnie
or an
required
outer
10.
double. Take this contest. Oh, and they've both missed
6.
the same amount of darts
require
at double to
40.
win this match. Is Parry going to nick it? Yes, he
Game
is.
shot and
What an
the
up and down
match.
contest that
Kurt
was.
Parry.
Only 12 and a half minutes of action. But my word, sign me up for that game tomorrow, which will be the fourth last game. Because Brian Rahman, with only an 81 average there, he was very competitive and he missed 4 darts for the match. But Parry, with 93.39 and 36%, that is good enough to be the first person to 4 points here in Group A. When we come back, Lee Budgeon, who's had a bit more time to prepare, will take on Alex Spellman.
So, Lee Budgeon and Alex Spellman return to action next. The American, of course, favourite to go all the way this week, but despite averaging some 5 points more than Rahman in his opener, went down 4-2 to his Belgian opponent, who was just that little bit more clinical on the outer ring. As for Lee Budgeon, came in cold this morning, having arrived just 25 minutes before his opening match, was 2 from 13 on the doubles in that one. But will we see a better display at the back end of legs from him now that he's had time to settle? Let's find out, shall we, with Nico and Mace.
Thank you, Avi. Yeah, not ideal this, walking into Spellman when you're undercooked, Nico.
Yeah, I think being undercooked in any facet of life is not a good thing. But just imagine what it's like for a football team, for instance, who gets stuck in traffic. And maybe the kickoff can be delayed, but we don't delay the start of Tour de Hockey here at the Super Series. It's all on you, and it's all on Budgeon right now to try and get onto 2 points, which is something that Spellman doesn't have because, like Avi mentioned, with the superior average against the Belgian, he lost. But now things have turned around because Rahman has not been able to do that against
Very nearly did, though, and although it was only a 5-point difference with Spellman and Rahman, it could have been a 13-point difference between Rahman and Kurt Parry. But Spellman will be looking to bounce straight back from that defeat, so it may not be the greatest time in the world for Lee Budgeon to be taking on Alex Spellman, and he's got to watch himself here. Although we always say you can't win it on a Monday, but you can certainly take yourself out of the equation.
Well, while we've got the opportunity, you and I like talking about darts from around the world, and I'm sure some of our viewers will be keen to know just where is United States darts at the minute. Now, at the end of last season, I said that they've got the vehicle with Championship Darts Circuit, the CDC as it's known. They've also got opportunities here
58
and widespread across North America. I've been waiting for United States darts to start talking. Well, as soon as we stopped that conversation,
56.
the United States spoke, because now they have 2 tour card holders with Jules Van Dongen and Danny Lauby. We wish them well. But what is it about North Carolina and darts
96.
at the minute? Because Spellman's from there, and so is Stowe Bunce. Must be something about places that have very good naval bases.
96.
Because Norfolk, Virginia, and in that North Carolina area, they've got the biggest naval base in the world.
I wonder if it's anything to do maybe with the travelling Brits taking darts down there.
And there's a fairly big naval base around Portsmouth too. So maybe this will feel a little bit like home for Alex.
Yeah, I think they're starting to get some momentum now with the... I mean, we're both huge fans of the CDC. 12 for tops for a break and a 1-0 lead.
46. Lee requires 72.
Yeah, and it's just starting to gather some pace now. We've seen JT Davis, of course. Ooh, wow. Not a fan.
20. Alex, you require 20.
And I promise you, Chris Mason is not talking about the air conditioner, which is in our commentary box. He wasn't a fan of 2 double-18s for 72 as Spellman takes the first leg. I'm not a fan of it either. I don't think that was the right time to do that. And that is the kind of habit you want to get out of.
Yeah, it's a sign of where you may be mentally, I suppose. He feels more confident that he's going to go double-double rather than get potentially one dart at a double of your choosing, which you can do off of 72.
60.
And of course, the success of Leonard Gates has got to be giving it a big push. Jacob Taylor, another great American. I know there's more and more in America and Canada now at the forefront.
I have to agree.
And it must be incredibly hard. I say Danny Lauby relocated, didn't he?
81.
And I think that's a must. I just don't think you can. I don't think you can do both. I don't think you can travel and play.
I think it's been proven. I think John Part is an
45.
anomaly to that because he constantly hopped the Atlantic with success, even during Premier League campaigns. But I think Alex has spoken this morning. Jeff Smith has spoken because he's decided that he needs at least a year away from the PDC Tour.
Well,
I'm not even sure if he'll come back.
Look at Matt Campbell. He went home, didn't he, over Christmas at the Worlds, and then flew back into play. And I don't even care if you're on a first-class seat. Travelling just takes it out of it. Never mind the time zones.
I think Danny Baggish, when he had a card, decided to relocate and spend as much time here as possible. I think that's the right way to go. But I think Alex is very philosophical about what he wants to do. What he does in 2025 will be very dependent on how good his form is in 2024, and I think that's the right way to go.
Yeah, well, he has a very, very good job, doesn't he? So I think he's in a real good position that it's flexible for him, and I think for Alex it is very much a hobby.
No shotted ball on the 167.
99.
It's still a decent approach.
139.
I like this shake of the head from Alex because he expected to hit that. That shows me that he's got plenty of confidence.
119. Alex, you require
Let's see how his confidence is after the next couple of darts. Let's find out how good he is with the last one.
48.
You can see how that dart behaves in the final third. It just almost wavers in the air and lies flat.
I'm right. Wow, that's a guessing game at the moment for Lee.
Required 20.
He's still trying to find the weight of throw.
Game shot on the second.
No such problem for Alex.
Alex Spellman.
Not a great average game, this one. But it's about just getting the points.
So look, it's Lee to throw first. Game on.
And we've seen some big averages from him at Q School, didn't we? Some 105s and
58.
Now, you spoke earlier to Abby talking about the range of Spellman. Incredible point. Because he beat Jim McEwen, our previous series champion, on his second day of Q School.
96.
With an average in excess of 106. Now, his lowest was 75. That range is 30 points.
Yeah.
What is an acceptable range for Alex at this point in time? Would he accept 15?
10, 85 to 95. I think at that level where you're approaching top 64 in terms of world darts, that range is sort of 85, 95. And then that elite end is 95 to 110, isn't it? But when you have a range of 30, you're always going to be vulnerable. That's the issue. You're not going to be vulnerable at the high end.
And it's not as if I'm saying that he averages 106 once every few months and 75 all the time. It's a fairly even smattering of the two.
Yeah. Yeah, if you look at that graph of his numbers, which we're looking at now,
42.
It's up and down like an art monitor.
105.
Wonder how Lee's heart is beating right now. He's staring 3-0 in the face. Now, earlier in the day,
49.
when Budgeon had 90, he went for bull
90.
tops, and he got the bull. But I don't think Spellman's going to do that. He's going to do what we would conceive as the right thing.
85.
An aggressive try.
He required 56.
Now Budgeon has a chance to get his first leg of this contest. Well, double 12 will do.
44.
What could go wrong is going wrong for Lee so far today, including a traffic jam.
And this is the double that won week 9. It's not going to win this leg.
Game shown
It's the madhouse, and the only person who's mad on the stage right now is the man who is 3-0 down.
Fourth leg, it's Alex.
Budgeon averaged 82 in his first game, and if he was averaging 82 in this game, it wouldn't be 3-0.
Oh, well, it might be, but 3-0 up for him.
43.
So again, we're seeing that mid-70s average from Spellman.
Well, outside our studio in Portsmouth right now,
134.
the sunshine is starting to come out. We think the storm has passed somewhat. But at this time of the year, it's definitely darts weather because you want to be inside.
100.
But in North Carolina, my word, do they get some wind. They get hurricanes coming off the Caribbean there. He's probably thinking this is just a light breeze.
Wasn't there meant to have been a tornado in the up the north?
You're talking in literal terms, an actual
tornado. Yeah. There was tornado warnings.
It wasn't Tony West. That's a better first start, isn't it? But even with that first start in a prime position,
125.
that second is just not engaging the rhythm of which he wants.
No. And again, he's in that situation where he's only got the one game off, and that's not enough time to sort of get your prep done. That sort of 20-minute window he's going to have, that would be my first 20 minutes of prep of probably 3 or 4 that I'd go through before a game.
Strangely, he's only got one game off again after this. To play Brian Rahman, who will be seething at the fact that he lost the previous game. So
80.
Things are not going Budgeon's way, but he can start turning things around here with a 1-2-6. Bullseye for him.
101.
Had to look away to see what Alex was on. I'm a big advocate for knowing that before the shot is even attempted.
Well, you've got all that time now stood behind to establish where your opponent is and where you are. Well, it's all over. Spellman rights the wrongs from game 1 where he lost 4-2 to Rahman. He's turned that scoreline on its head with a 4-0 win over Lee Budgeon. 76.2 for Budgeon, 77.08 for Spellman. 4 out of 9 on the doubles. That was tidy enough. There wasn't a 180 in there, but winning it with the 120. When we come back, Tom van den Hoogen up against James van Beeson.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Tom van den Hogen and James Van Bessian complete our second round of fixtures today. Van Bessian getting over the line with a lovely 101 against Budgeon. One of 2 ton plus finishes in that one from the Belgian, who definitely benefited from Budgeon's woes on the outer ring. To see how this one unfolds, let's get back to Chris Mason and Paul Nicholson in commentary.
Thanks, Abby. An interesting game between 2 debutants here. One who succeeded in round 1, one who did not. Be interesting to see how things materialise here at the end of round number 2. Lee Budgeon, who has just been bageled by Alex Spellman, has minimal recovery time or bounce back time, as he will be back against Brian Roman in the next one. But it is Tom van den Hogen from the Netherlands who takes on James Van Bessian now in what we'd have to say is a Benelux match, which is very appropriate considering what's actually happening this weekend.
Yes, of course, yeah. Over in Den Bosch.
First leg, it's Tom to
they
throw
go 5-6 each of 2 before the off today. But Tom averaged 73-76. James, a very impressive 87-24 on debut.
Yeah, that's a good indication of what is possible. But this game's all about replication. If he can replicate that, I see him winning this game comfortably based on the information that we have currently. And he's starting this game extremely well.
180.
That is his first 180 here at the MODUS Super Series.
97.
This is an area of the world that's always had strength. You might think that Belgium and the Netherlands purely just go back to Barneveld and Eric Claris, but think about that
45.
wonderful footage that came up on social media in the last couple of weeks of Steve Beaton and his silky smooth action playing against a certain Leo Lawrence.
45.
Big Bert Vlanderbroek. Remember him? Big Bert?
I don't know anybody in sport who could say that better than you. I would have that as my text tone.
Well, yeah, the World Series returns this weekend in the Netherlands.
59.
I suppose we have to talk about last weekend and what was an incredible World Series debut for 17-year-old Luke Littler.
Now, you might think that what Littler did over the weekend was groundbreaking, and it was, because he's won a PDC title before he's played in his first Players' Championship event. You might think that's crazy, but it has happened before. I've got Chris Mason in knots with that
60.
statement.
James,
It was only a few years ago when Damon Heta won in Brisbane. He'd not even played in a PC before that.
Correct.
$45. Tommy requires 76.
Well, 76 is a checkout that everybody at this level believes they should hit.
Game shot on the first leg.
And Tom does.
Tom
What a
van den
bizarre
Hogen.
leg of darts that was. Yeah, congratulations to Luke defeating. It must be even more the sweeter defeating
Second leg is
Michael
James
van
to throw
Gerwen in the
first.
final.
Game
The
on.
9-darter, the 170. He's just box ticking, isn't he?
That was an ultimate bingo tournament,
Yeah.
that, wasn't it?
Completed it, mate.
Yeah, 9-darter, 350 and 6. 170 checkout, of course, on the back of that 350. Beating Van Gerwen in the final, lifting
100.
one of the prettiest trophies in darts. And doing it in a wonderful country like Bahrain, who have got behind darts the last couple of years.
We had a
59.
wonderful time out there, didn't we, Nico?
Yes, it was rather good. Very intense look on the face there of Van Bessian. Stares through the board. He was one of those bad guys from Superman 2.
140.
It would be a laser going through that treble 20. One thing I really do like about Tom's throw is that extension, that somewhat lazy extension of the arm. It's got a really relaxed look about it. This one's a bit more pushy.
100.
Look at this extension from Tom. So smooth. Isn't that beautiful? I think maybe his inconsistencies may come from elbow height.
James
Yes.
161.
Yeah, because it does move around a lot. Yeah, this weekend is the World Series Toto Dutch
57.
Masters. Nice lineup too.
You get the feeling if Littler plays Van Geuren in the final again, that the crowd might be a bit more involved.
100.
Don't think it matters.
James, you require 104.
Yeah, I'll give you the lineup once we complete this leg. It's live, of course, this Friday and Saturday evening.
88.
Needs double eight. Yeah, Luke Humphries, MVG, Michael Smith, Aspinall, Price, Cross, Peter Wright and Luke Littler. And the Benelux representatives, Danny
96.
Noppert, Dirk van
James, you
Duivenbode,
require
Dimitri,
16.
Barney, Watamina, Gian Van Veen, Vincent van der Voort and Kevin Dutz.
James on the second.
That is a very, very
James
nice
Van
leg from
Bessie.
James. And he's impressing me so far today. I'll be really
Delegates Tom
fascinated to
first.
see over the course
Game
of a couple of days what level he can attain. But if he can stick around that mid to high 80s, he can do a lot of damage in this group.
Yeah, anything between 85 and 90,
97.
Paul, you think will put you in the mix for the vast majority of matches. Of course, you're gonna walk into a inspired Spellman who might have a bit of a monster. But outside of that, you're going to keep yourself in every game.
34.
Now that's the ideal first start for Tom right there. Using what
99.
look like very, very well aged darts.
I like to see that.
Yeah, some old-fashioned bombers, as my dad would say it. They've got some weight behind them.
And then
45.
next weekend, of course, is the Masters. The events come thick and fast. And then, of course, the start of the Premier League.
Littler's not even in the Masters
24.
because he's not in the top 24 in the world. So there's a big sigh of relief from everybody in the top 24 as if to say, right, he's had his couple of weeks. We can take the Masters title
Maybe he'll
now.
come and watch just to tease them.
Too busy hobnobbing with Alex Ferguson, isn't he? And the likes of KSI over the weekend.
140.
Every time I turn my computer on, he seems to be at some event. It's, the darts at the moment, it's just
58.
incredible the amount of airtime it's getting, whether it be in the press or on television. I actually went to Jamie Caven's academy in Derby a couple of Mondays ago, and it's amazing to see
92.
the amount of kids that are just all talking about Luke Littler, wanting to be the next Luke Littler.
That's great for the game.
84. James, you require 90.
I'm sure that's happened in other sports. I know it happened when Tiger Woods was coming through around 1996. Wayne Rooney as well, when he was coming through at the ripe old age of 16 at Everton. Well, James going for two double 18s in that spot, potentially. Somewhat
40.
budgeon-like.
139.
I can't get behind that either. Because the likelihood of Tom taking the 139 is minimal.
99. James, you require 50.
Not even going to leave double 16 this time. Although he has missed the single 10. And he's got the double 18 eventually. That leaves him on double 4.
I had to get the calculator out.
47.
Somebody bought a calculator from Jose de Souza.
Tom, you require 40.
They need a refund.
Seems totally unfazed by it all.
James on the third leg. Tom van den Hogen.
There's not many times I'm lost for words when commentating on darts, but right there, that really did
Well, I guess James
put
to
me in a
throw
Bob
first.
Holness,
Game on.
I'll have a double 4, please, Bob moment.
Well, that's why we have a referee, so you can ask. think we've discussed this before, Nico. There was a procedure back in the day where you go, check, and the referee would tell you what scored, and you go, check, check, and he'd tell you what's left.
Yeah, Owen's a very
96.
very good referee. World class, in fact. We're lucky to have him. And if you haven't got a great deal of stage experience and you aren't sure what you've got, use them. One of the first bits of advice I was given when I first started playing on a stage. They can tell you what you've hit, what you've got remaining. The only thing they can't tell you is how to get it. So what we've seen already from James
59.
is the good, a little bit of the bad, and a little bit of the ugly.
Lee Van Cleef, you were asking who he looked like.
I seem to think he looks a little bit like
140.
our good friend Aaron Beanie.
Yeah, a little bit.
Maybe
A
not
10%er looking like he.
not with as many locks. If you're watching, Aaron, we'll hope you well.
26.
You're going to miss. I'm just going to say miss there because...
60.
Wow. 3 across the top wire.
I still look at visits like that as encouraging. Because if you're missing that treble 20 by a centimetre,
32.
2 centimetres,
James, you're
it's not encouraging. But if you're missing it by a millimetre or 2, you're still throwing it well. And very close to the target. And he's done it again.
105.
Gets it right this time, and he leaves double 18. I guarantee he's going to go for it too.
He knows where it is. Go for a single 4.
123. James, you require 36.
Seen that happen today already with Lee Budgeon. Hit a single 4 on this shot.
Game shot on
He
the
doesn't
fourth
need
leg.
it.
James Van Bessian.
2-2 it is.
He averaged 87 in his opening
Think
game.
it's Tom to go
87.24. He's
Game
at 87.05 right now. Which, if I'm James, I'm encouraged by that.
99.
Maybe not the way he's got there at 2-2, but
We've got a European Tour event coming up in the middle of March in a place called Visa in Belgium, just outside
60.
of Aalst, which is a wonderful, wonderful town. Last year, when that event was run, there were hundreds of people turning up for the host nation qualifier. Would you advocate for James
24.
to attend that qualifier?
absolutely. I'd be going to everything I can play in if I'm him.
Sometimes it's difficult to balance the work
55.
darts schedule, but you've got to do it based on what you want to do, and sometimes you've got to push yourself if you want to improve.
And you will only
86.
improve by playing against superior players.
And we've got players coming in later in the week, because we can honestly say that if Tom or James don't win this group, and it's likely that they probably won't based on the numbers that we have,
100.
they're going to have to go through the likes of Darren Webster, James Wilson, Connor Scott. These are people who have had tour cards before. Chris Quantock
41.
in Group B this week has not only held a tour card before, but has won a weekly title on this stage.
Darren Webster has been playing some great stuff of late. Won a qualifier for the Worlds, didn't he?
59.
So no matter who they play before the end of the week, they are going to find out an awful lot about themselves. And that's a good thing, whether it's positive or negative.
60.
Because with that information, you can really move on with your career. Ooh, a little bit of bite there on that first start hitting the treble. Has this particular Belgian got a bit of spice?
180.
Where have we heard that before? Well, that's right. It's another wind joke coming your way because it was a hurricane
96.
that
James
invented
required
the
47.
spicy Belgian dart player. Double top for 3-2. And for a break of throw.
Game shot on the fifth leg.
Very, very good
James
indeed.
Van Bessian.
Well, you were talking about the Euro Tour qualifiers.
Sigler gets James
Did
to throw
play in
first.
Won last year.
Game on.
May. And it was the home nation qualifier. Number 7. And he reached the quarterfinals. And he had his highest ever recorded
26.
average in the process, a 95.74.
Yeah, that'll be for the event just outside of Aalst.
Yeah.
And there will be 2 Belgian European Tour events this year because of the popularity of
96.
Belgian darts over the last 2 to 5 years.
Yeah, we talk about the range and the importance of it. He actually lost in the quarterfinals 5-0, where he only averaged, well, nearly 20 points less than that 95.74.
60.
Speaking of Belgian dart players, how about the fact that Mario van der Brade
60.
has bounced straight back to the tour? What a fine, fine gentleman he is. And for him to go straight back to the tour is testament to just how much he thought about losing his card. He just said, that's all right, I'll just get it back.
Yeah, some effort.
140.
The end of this game could be nigh. As
32.
Tom starts to go into that 72 to 75 range again, and James is a good 10 points ahead of him.
Yeah, I hope you get the opportunity to do an interview with James, just to get a bit more history on him.
96.
Because the things I can find him don't date back that long, so I don't know how long he's been playing, which may explain the error in the counting.
84.
179 can be done in as little as 4 darts. I'm going 19s first on that one. That's a bit of a perplexing one.
141.
Now, had he got the single 19, it would have been the ideal approach. But now he's left himself lumbered on double 19.
Well, he should be switching here. Time on his
31.
side, plenty.
James required 38.
He's not going to go for the double 19. It's going to be a match dart at double 16 instead. He looks fairly confident, doesn't he?
Wonder if he's got a soft tip background for.
Game
He hasn't
shot
got a
and
soft
the
spot
match.
for Tom van den Hogen
James Van
because he's
Bessier.
beaten him by 4 legs to 2. This is a pretty good debut day so far for the Belgian because he's won 2 games now and he's won them both by 4 legs to 2. And both of them have had an average of over 85. This is not bad from James. And when he comes back in round number 3, he's going to have a crack at Kurt Parry in the middle match of the day. But before we get to that, it will be Brian Roman up against Lee Budgeon.
Hello, good morning, and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, where we've had a really intriguing start to our Week 10 campaign. 6 matches in, and it's James Van Bessian who leads the way at the top of the league standings, having won both of his matches so far. The day got underway with a 4-2 win for Brian Rahman over the favourite to go all the way to Champions Week in Alex Spellman. You can see there, Spellman, one of 2 players, along with Brian Rahman, to have picked up 1 victory so far as well. Kurt Parry involved in the standout game of the day so far, and that was against the Belgian Rahman as well. That was an absolute belter, actually. Both players missed match starts in that one before the Welshman got over the line. He's one of 2 players to have won both of his matches. As for Alex Spellman, I mentioned there that he was the favourite to go on to make Champions Week. He's won 1 of his games so far this morning. It wasn't the greatest overall performance from the American, but he did manage to get over the line with this lovely Shanghai finish. Next up for you this morning, we've got Brian Rahman taking on Lee Budgeon. Nothing has gone right for Budgeon so far this morning. He was delayed in getting here to the Live Lounge, stuck in traffic, only had 25 minutes to prepare for his opening match of the session. He's missed a whole host of darts at the outer ring in both of his matches, and he's still looking to budge off the bottom of the league standings. To see whether he can do that with a victory in our next match, let's get back to the lads in comms.
Thanks, Abby. Not exactly the greatest of mornings for Lee Budgeon, but he has another opportunity, his last opportunity, to get a win on Monday morning, because we are inching closer to Monday afternoon already, with 2 rounds of play completed. And a somewhat surprising name at the top of the standings early in our Group A campaign, with James Van Bessian on 4 points, alongside Kurt Parry, who's somewhat eased his way, you could say, to 4 points, although he did have to dodge match darts
First leg,
from
it's Brian to
this
throw
man
first.
in blue.
Game on.
I wonder what response we're going to get from Brian in this one. I think he'll be smarting and he'll just want to put the sword into Lee Budgeon's
58.
wounds right now.
Yeah, Lee will be constantly trying to play catch up all day just to get the prep right. He does have a bit of a gap
97.
after this one. As Kurt Parry will be taking on Van Bessian, and Spellman will be taking on Tom van den Hoogen.
58.
And then he will be back in action against Kurt Parry. So it could well turn out to be a very tough day for Budgeon.
60.
Yeah, courtesy of the ADC system, of course. Same could be said for Van Bessian
100.
and for Van den Hoogen, who have qualified via ADC Europe. Something that really made its name in 2023.
60.
With the likes of Adam Mould and some others getting great success here. And if you think you're good enough to play on this stage,
96.
that's not a bad avenue for you to take. Check out Amateur Darts Circuit online and figure out if there are any Vault Series events close to you, because that's one of the reasons
100.
why Lee Budgeon is back. He was very good in the Humber and Yorkshire region.
I think it'd be unlikely that there isn't one close to you.
100.
Yeah, it's a real fast track way to getting yourself involved in TV darts.
I was watching TV over the weekend and they were talking about putting a base on the
51.
moon,
Ronnie
which would be a
89.
vaulting platform to go to Mars. Well, I think Steve Brown, the chairman of the ADC, is already thinking about putting a
Game
Vault
shot
Series event on the
first
moon.
leg. Brian Rahman.
Well, on social media over the weekend, our referee was
Second
accused of
against
being
Lee
an
to throw
alien.
first.
He
Game
was.
I'm sure if he was to referee a match on the moon, he'd get it right. He gets it right everywhere he goes. And Brian has got it right in that first leg with a 17-dart hold of throw.
115.
I think the irony of that thing he was sent was that the bloke had to think it necessary to point an arrow to
100.
him, where everybody else on stage didn't have any hair.
Well, the point is you're supposed to throw the arrows in the direction of the dartboard, not in the direction of
140.
the markers or the referee. And these people who have got coming here, they're very grateful for the
60.
referees And they're grateful for this stage, which is an extremely comfortable place to throw. I walked into the practice room with Brian Roman this morning at around 7:30, just to show him around because he'd never been here before. And his eyes lit up when he saw that practice area. Because his previous experience with us was in Southampton, where the practice room was about a quarter of the size.
Trouble 17. Oh, would have left the ball. Roman
97.
has the same shot.
161.
But will he go the same way? We always have to ask the question of Brian because I'm sure he was a nightmare in maths class.
64.
He would have got the right answer and he would have shown his work and it would have been about 4 pages long.
$48.
Another missed-started double for Lee. That's been the tail of his tape so far.
2 from 20 on the double so far today.
34.
No ball.
He requires 16.
There was just a little bit of ratting there from Brian, giving Lee that secondary chance, which he takes this time for 1-1. This is another game which is not hanging around.
Brian to throw first. Game on.
I just want, we were talking about earlier the records here at the Super Series, Chris, and we don't think that the average record's going to be broken this year. So we've laid down the gauntlet to everybody who graces the hockey. But I'm not sure that anybody's going to break the quickest game either. Because Klassen against Merckx from last year, what was it, 5 minutes 42?
Yeah, I'm trying to think of the ultimate speedsters that we may have throughout 2024 here at the Super Series, and I can't think of 2 that could potentially smash that record.
135.
I know he's going to be watching right now. And I know someone who really wants to break that record. And it's a certain Connor Scott. Because he really wanted to get that record in Southampton a couple of years ago.
He need a good dance partner.
Indeed.
100.
236, you're thinking leave 96 minimum.
I mean, these are hardly hanging around.
140.
Look at the time. This one's 5 minutes long already.
Tells you everything you need to know, really. Nobody's got
90. Brian
more
96.
weekly qualifying titles than Steve West. He's got 4 now. But he hasn't got a series title yet, and he's
25. Leroy
on the road back from surgery as well. We wish Steve well.
He's got that little scratch on his leg, hasn't he?
Is it a chalk mark for budging?
78.
It is not.
Yeah, when he put a picture up of the scar, I said, you might want to put a plaster on that, pal. Hope you're recovering.
Game shot on the third leg.
Beautiful finish
Brian
again.
Roman.
2 from 3 on the doubles for Roman. Leads 2-1.
Four flickers lead to throw first. Game
Well, there's a player right there with a somewhat Dwayne Johnson-like eyebrow, as if to say, I'm the man on this stage, and I'm going to be leaving that
57.
AA team whenever I like.
Does have that eyebrow, doesn't he? Well spotted, Nico.
140.
The Rock, right?
Yeah, I think it's a good thing. Everybody's got to tell when they either throw darts or are thinking about throwing darts.
100.
And Lee purses his lips.
54.
There's more proof that human beings are playing this sport and not AI. This is not a computer-generated image, everybody.
Oh, I'm not convinced with Littler.
60.
I'm going to have to see him on an MRI or something like that just to be convinced.
Are you trying to tell me that you think he's enhanced?
60.
Yeah. Robot. Machine.
Well, in Terminator terms, you're saying that Luke is augmented.
Yes. Yes, that brain in the right arm is definitely not human.
40.
Halfway point of the leg for Brian. Going to bring it down into a manageable
100.
finishing range. That's okay for now.
Got it sussed. Half man, half machine. The Luke Littler story. . .
100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100.
60. Running back 147.
Oh, 147 can be done a few different ways. The most popular starting route taken by the
60.
Belgian, but without a treble. He said he likes double 18. He may just leave it with the next dart that he throws. Get the feeling if he
96.
finds that
Running back
51,
187.
Budgeon might be 3-1 down. Let's find out, shall we? That was a bad shot.
78.
Drastically low
Leroy
and
Quine,
very
88.
much akin to what we were talking about earlier.
Yep. Oh dear, that's a poor dart. As is that. 80 left, yeah. Tough for the cheeks.
28. Running back
Another
109.
opportunity to lead 3-1 and serve it out 4-1.
Game shot on the 4.
Here's the thing about double 4
Brian
as well.
Roman.
It doesn't just give Brian a 3-1 advantage. Show me a player that likes double
I
18
think it's Brian
and
to
they
throw
would say that they
first.
like double 4
Game on.
just as much.
Yep. Yeah, you find players akin to tops don't mind double 5.
55.
It's a very small adjustment. Weight of the dart is almost identical.
With a win in this leg, or possibly
46.
one of the next 2 or 3, Roman would find himself on 4 points after 3 games. That's very acceptable.
140.
We're starting to see this early a little bit of group separation.
And Budgeon could potentially be on the wrong side of it.
59.
After qualifying for week 10, Lee was probably thinking about the possibilities of what
140.
could happen on day 1. How many points am I going to have by 3 o'clock?
Yeah, one of those possibilities, Nico, wasn't arriving 20 minutes before
100.
game on.
So are we assuming that he travelled down this morning?
Yeah, risky business.
96.
I've tried it twice. As I said, one of them was a 11:30 arrival. The other one, I thought, right, I'll leave at 4 in the morning.
60.
I got here at 8:45.
Running back 170.
I'm only 190 mile away.
This is tops.
30.
It was for the match. And even though it misses, Brian is not stressed. He'll be thinking, it's okay. I'll just hit you next time. There goes that eyebrow again.
86. Running back 140.
Can you smell what Roman is cooking?
Game
cooked up a
shot
win.
and the match.
A wonderful job from Brian Roman, who now not only goes to 4 points, but he swells his leg difference to +4, which is towards that of the man at the top in James Van Biesien. Belgium are having a very good day today so far, and Roman will be happy with 4 points from a possible 6 after 7 games. Kurt Parry comes back, and he's going to take on Van Biesien after this.
So the two unbeaten players in Group A go head-to-head next. James Van Bessien playing at a higher level than we expected from him here at the Super Series. A really welcome surprise. His finishing has been absolutely superb in his opening 2 games. Debut nerves? What debut nerves? As for Kurt Parry, he's not playing badly either, is he? Produced the highest average of the day so far last time out. That came in a 4-3 win over Brian Rahman in what was the game of the day so far, with both missing match starts before Parry eventually got over the line. To see which of the two can move themselves onto 6 points, let's get back to Mason Nico.
Thank you, Abby. Yeah, fascinating little tie, this one. Someone's O's going to go. I was impressed with Kurt Parry last time out, and I'm sure he would be buoyed by that performance, and I expect something similar here, Nico.
Yeah, I'd expect high level of performance from Kurt again, but when it comes to Kurt playing, I expect big things every time he plays. He's just got that much talent. It just goes to show, doesn't it, that you don't have to have played Q School.
First
You
leg,
don't have to have a tour card
first. Game on.
to be a very, very good player. Now, he's from South Wales, and you probably have about, on average, 15 metres between every brilliant
60.
dart player. And I'm probably not exaggerating there, because every other house that you go to in the valleys has probably got a world-class dart player.
Yeah, over the years, Wales has produced some
43.
remarkable players. Some of my favourite players, including Richie Burnett, who we
31.
hope to see soon here at the Super Series. He will be at the World Seniors. Recently accepted his invitation, and he's going to be a huge threat there.
Isn't he just? Now, that leads me to a question that we've had on social media in the
84.
last hour or so from Golden Knights fan 84. Well, nobody's perfect.
180.
Golden Knights, you took Marc-Andre Fleury from the Penguins. Oh, how dare you. Anyway, question for both of us, in fact. If someone said you can have a chance to play a 13-set match with any player, past or present, never had the chance to play them before, what would it be? We'll get into the answers for that one in the next leg, because I think that is a wonderful question.
140.
Don't forget, you can get in touch with us via our social channels. You can see them in the bottom right-hand side of your screen there. James is looking to get in touch with Kurt in the best way possible.
135.
Very
Okay,
nearly.
190.
Kurt Parry on the easier finish of the two. Double 15. Oh, double 5.
80. James, you require 99.
He doesn't have any red balloons, but he'd love to have a 99 checkout.
Well, will he go tops, tops? There's one of them.
79.
Got to attack
Okay,
that dart,
require
haven't you?
10.
At worst, you've just got to miss it high to give it some sort of chance to flick in off the flight, and Parry's just given
8.
James a
require
chance
20.
to nick this leg away. I said it once this morning, if Parry has a weakness, it's the
James
outer
on the
ring.
first leg. James Van Bessien.
No such woes for James. The question, Nico,
Second leg is
probably...
James to throw first.
I never
Game
played Eric on TV in a singles game. I did play him in other tournaments. But probably of the modern players that I've not played, that I would relish the opportunity at my
96.
absolute best, Gezi Price. I think that would be really lively.
When you do play Gezi on
100.
stage, your ears get a bit of a ringing.
So it is.
I only ever played Gezi on stage once. It's the only win I ever got against him. All the other ones, he tore me to shreds. But for me, Jockey Wilson
58.
played for Northumberland around just before I joined. I never got to meet Jockey. And I would have loved to have shared the stage with him over
100.
13 sets.
I played a few exhibitions with Jockey, or against Jockey, should I say, not with him. And it was an experience. Yeah, I think it would be
55.
I think it'd be fascinating to play Gezi just to experience his style
81.
of play and just how I would respond.
And we are talking about the possibility of playing in a modern atmosphere, by the way.
Yeah.
I wouldn't want to play in the old atmospheres.
No, that was daunting. You could hear you
100.
could literally just hear everything, but nothing. And that silence was sometimes daunting.
That's one of the
100.
complexities about this venue. Silent on Monday to Friday. Come Saturday, just a little bit noisier. And the atmosphere is just a little thicker. And you can join us, of course. You can join us here on Saturday night by going to dartshop.tv and reserving your Week 10 finals tickets.
140. Got your 120.
And the next leg will pop up the QR code that you can scan with your smart device to shortcut your way to
60.
reserving those seats.
James, you require 52.
Well, Kurt here could find himself 2-zip down. Very assured single 20. Small adjustment up. Similar
James on the
line,
second
finds the
leg.
double.
James Van
This is
Bessian.
very good. And again, Nico, we mentioned this very early on. Mid to late
Now look,
80s
it's
is
Kurt to
going to
throw
make you
first.
super
Game on.
competitive here. And he's averaging 88.41.
I think it's a realistic goal to have as well.
97.
There's that QR code if you want to reserve your seats for Saturday night. But if you want to compete here, you've got to be realistic about your talent level and what you're going to give. You walk in here thinking, I'm going to put in 105s and 108s. You may be thinking that you're just a little bit better than you are.
100.
If you can be realistic about your talent and say, I'm an 85 to 92 average player, if I can play my game, I will
131.
worry others. And that's exactly what Van Bessien's doing today.
And there's no body language or reactions that tell me that he isn't comfortable playing at this level.
60.
Some dark case over there, Nico. I thought it was a shaving bag.
100.
You haven't been to Australia, have you? They are the kings and queens of the large dart case. I remember walking into an event in Moe, Victoria, and some of the Victorian dart players,
100.
they were like suitcases. What are you carrying there? Oh, it's my dart case. What have you got in there? Javelins?
Well, there was a
133.
recent interview that I watched with Peter Wright where he said he's got rid of all of his trophies. I don't understand what the thinking is behind that. And he's got rid of all of his darts, which I totally understand that. And he's going to stick to
140. Got your required 40.
Do we believe?
The jury's out for deliberation on that one right now.
20.
And the jury are still deliberating
James
on
require
whether Kurt
101.
Parry is going to hit a double in this game.
None from 7.
Now, he has taken this finish already today to win a match. He's not going to take it this time. Maybe this is the kind of double that Kurt Parry can find straight down the
49.
line,
Got your
just a
required
little
20.
bit low, get the line right, the likelihood is you hit it.
10.
It's happening again.
James, you require
Well,
52.
You called it very early. If he does have an Achilles heel, it is the finishing. And this man took 52 out to go 2-0 up. Is he going to take it for 3-0?
20.
Ooh, wow.
Got your
Wild one.
required 10.
If that was mail going through the letterbox, it had the wrong
James on the
address.
third leg. Kurt Parry.
That one had the right address. That one was a special delivery from Kurt.
Fourth leg, it's James to
We
throw
have
first.
a lovely message from
Game
Steve
on.
West, who's hoping to be off the crutches for Champions Week. Seems in good spirits. He says he's got a plaster on the scratch. We're all right.
It's not a scratch. It's more like a fault line.
60.
Just happy that he was able to get that operation, and we
Get it out of the way.
touch wood that he can have a future darts career with no
60.
pain.
Still got a lot to offer as Westy, as we've seen from his performance levels here.
This game could change if Parry takes this leg.
100.
But if James has it in his hat, we will revert to where we were at 2-0.
140.
You can see there's nothing wrong with that department. I'd be fascinated to have a conversation with Kurt about practice techniques. See how he's honing his skills in the lead up to matches like this.
Maybe one of them
140.
annoying players that can just have 10 minutes, Nico.
I used to hate players like that turning up in a local league match. They'd still walk in with their
96.
high-vis jacket on, mucky hands from being a road worker, first throw at 140. And I've spent the last 90 minutes trying to get warmed up.
Yeah, I used to practice all afternoon a pub in Stoke that Mark
60.
Frost used to frequent, and he was a scaffolder, and he'd literally walk in the same way, grab a set of pub darts, and smash me all over the
60.
dartboard after I've been in there practicing
James
for 3
Maguire,
hours.
141.
Yeah, I think everybody who's played darts at a decent level has got a story like that. Where they know someone who just doesn't need to warm up. But this looks very warm indeed.
123.
Well, that way, of course, was the route John Lowe took. That 9-darter all the way back in 1984.
121. James, you require 18.
Nearly 40 years ago. Double 6. Needs another 6.
12.
Number of the devil.
Okay,
All the
requires
sixes.
24.
Well, this is a few more 6s.
Well, the dartboard is a multiple of 6,
No
of
score.
course.
James, you require 6.
Well, it's not 6 darts that Kurt's missed in this match. He's actually missed 13. James is not great on the doubles himself, but he might be 3-1 up.
Game shot
Oh,
on
and
the
that just
foreplay.
puts salt in the
James
wound.
Van Bessian.
3-1 up with 3 out of 12 on the doubles.
Fifth leg, it's Kurt to throw first. Game on.
Now you see the wiping of the brow. Well, let's face it, he's got nothing to catch the sweat.
60.
But it is a fashionable looking darts, isn't it?
It is.
Minimal hair, maximum facial hair. Maybe it's a winning formula. That's where I went wrong.
You needed a goatee, Nico.
100.
Maybe I should go for the Jumanji look.
100.
Just leave it alone for a couple of years. Yeah, James has been decent today. This is actually his worst set of numbers so far, but is still winning.
Yeah, and I mean, the numbers have come down due to the issues on the outer ring.
100.
He's 3 from 12, but still averaging 82.5. 8 scores of between a ton and 139, 4
85.
140s.
When you're in this spot at 3-1 up, all you want to do is get the job done. The last thing you want to do is go through what Kurt went through against Brian Roman earlier,
140.
where we saw 2 players on the hockey missing match darts. Get it done fuss-free. Easier for us to say
60.
than for them to do it.
James, you require 161.
But it is 6 darts from here to give James Van Bessian an unassailable lead after 3 rounds of play.
93. $60.
Trebleless,
James, you
meaning
require
James
68.
should get a dart for the match at this visit. Could even get 2.
Well, one of them. 13 Bull. Trouble 13. He can be aggressive here with Kurt on 136, but Bull for the match.
33. Kurt, you require 136.
Didn't really worry the centre of the board that time. Kurt's not going to worry the 136, which is a finish that has been very narrowly missed today.
134.
That's a really interesting leave. That was on
Change of
purpose.
required 35.
Trying to make James think about the Welshman's position. I think that was quite a smart play, in fact. 88 for 3 wins from 3. And it's right in the bottom corner. It's effective, it's good enough. And Parry loses his unbeaten streak, which will have to remain at 2 for Monday morning. As we go into Monday afternoon, it's that man on the right-hand side, James Van Biesien, who has an undefeated record of 3 wins from 3. When he comes back, he will have a crack at Alex Spellman in Game 12. That's really interesting when we get there. But speaking of Spellman, he's got Van den Hogen next.
Right then, Alex Spellman returns to action next. He's won one, lost one so far today. We spoke at the top of the show about how big a range he has at the moment in his performance levels, and that's been shown already today. Averaged in excess of 90 in his opener, but only in the 70s in his second match. But amazingly, his one win so far came with a significantly lower average. The American will fancy his chances of doubling his points tally in this next one against a player in Tom Van den Hogen, who is yet to get off the mark. We predicted he'd struggle in Group A. Mace, Nico, at this point, what would you like to see from the Dutchman?
Thanks, Abby. Oh, it's hard to really put your finger on what he could do to improve, because we're aware of where his level's at, Paul, and the level he's been playing at for a significant time. So we've seen it a couple of weeks ago with a player who came here with a running average in the sort of mid to late 70s and was able to really bump that level up in this environment. Well, so far, Tom Van den Hogen has been able to do anything really to raise his game.
Yeah, the game is going to have to be raised somehow. And when you are someone who is in that range of what we'd expect,
First leg, it's Alex.
very hard to figure out how to
Game on.
bring that up. because that might just be your talent level. Whereas when we've looked at Alex's numbers, we know that he can go well over 105. So we then expect him every now and again to
29.
do that. At the minute, we're expecting Tom to average around about 72 to 75. It's like trying to tell a handicapped golfer of 18,
140.
can he go and shoot scratch? They probably can't. But maybe over the course of time, they can improve and get to that level.
Yeah, and I think that's what it's down to. And
84.
this environment for the week will give him an indication. And what's always good in those
60.
practice rooms, the players with more experience are always good at sharing advice and encouragement. And it may give him a bit of a marker of, right, this is what I've got to do to try and improve. I mean, looking at the throw, it's
85.
a bit wristy for me. I don't like the break in the wrist and the roll in the hand at the back. Right on cue. Thanks, pal.
121.
There is a little bit of a crunch in the hand as well, just before he throws the dart. Now, that's not a typical symptom of a lack of ability, because Ian White has had that for years. He's a remarkable player.
171.
That's a remarkable shot from Alex. But that crunch has got to be soft. If there's any tension in the nub of that thumb or the bottom of that palm,
60.
that throw
Alex Rick,
is completely tense.
132.
Yeah, and you'll never get any kind of consistency. You'll probably get spells of where you can time it perfectly, and then it'll break down.
32.
171,
Tommy Rick,
followed by that.
120.
Funny old game. Trouble 20 for tops.
$44.
Just a little bit erratic with the line on that shot. Spellman can't lose the line here, and he hasn't. Well, this is a tricky out now. He's got to go left of that, surely. Yeah, there it is. That's because of the way his darts sit in the board. The right-hand side of tops is almost closed, but that shot opened up the left-hand side.
Game on.
And this is why I'm so for coaching for beginners, because he's obviously been playing a long time, Tom. And to try and change that throw initially would probably damage his game, and then you can kill his confidence. So at beginner level, I would have almost
43.
nurtured that wrist out of the throw, or the break in it, because it'd be very hard. I mean, you work with all levels. I only tend to do sort of stuff really right at the beginning of a player trying to develop a throw. I think it'd be hard now to change it, wouldn't it?
Yeah, very much so.
It's like changing a golf swing, isn't it?
You walk up to someone like Brian Lara
76
and ask him to change that high backlift of the bat, and he'd have said, give me the ball and I'll bat you away. But it's the small things sometimes. It's the mindset. It's the tiny little things that can have massive effects when you start. Fundamentals have got to be good. If they are, you can tweak them as time goes
41.
on. And maybe Tom van den Hogen is just at a level at the minute that might need to be broken down. If he wants to get to that world-class level, he'd have to be broken down and then
36.
reapplied.
Yeah, you'd have to strip it right back. I mean, the elbow goes up and down, and there's just so many moving parts. If any one of those elements is slightly out of sync, you won't be able to replicate it.
This is probably going to be the game where he puts in a 90 average and wins.
100.
And makes
Tommy
everything
Rick,
we've just
70.
talked about completely irrelevant. But we stick by it. Double 16 for Tom.
Game shot on the second.
There you go. The good old
Tom van den
commentator's
Hogen.
curse, and he takes out 70 just the way we expect to do at this level. 1-1 it is.
Delegates Alex to throw first. Game on.
That was a very graceful way of sipping the water, by the way.
It was. Maybe he likes a glass of vino, Nico.
Not noted for their wine in the Netherlands, are they?
58.
No.
Got some remarkable fruit and veg, though.
57.
Great forethinkers, aren't they, on vertical farming? Very flat country, but they have a lot of factories that farm upwards.
121.
Really interesting, sustainable
that.
stuff that they've got going on over there in the Netherlands. Real world-class scientists work on that.
They're famous
24.
for their flowers. We have a bar very close to our pub, and it's known for the flowers. And they have an Arctic from Holland deliver their flowers, and it's, well, remarkable.
100.
Even throughout the winter. Must be part of this indoor vertical farming.
41.
Yeah, I don't think the Netherlands gets the credit it deserves for what they've done for things like engineering, farming, sustainability. But what they've done for darts has been lauded for decades now.
180.
He's at a 171 and a 180. To see
99.
we
Alex required 42.
have so much high regard for Alex Spellman in spells so far today.
See what you did there. Let's see what Alex can do here.
26.
No panic at all.
If I can have one sort of critique with Alex, sometimes I think he's guilty of trying to be, sounds bizarre, but too precise, which then restricts his ability to be natural.
Alex
Yeah, I
required
get
16.
behind that. You look at the way he draws the dart up towards that eye line. It's very precise. And
Game
look
shot
at
the
that
third
one. That
leg.
went in
Alex
sideways.
Spellman.
That was a googly. He doesn't even know what a googly is. I tell you what, that was a slider in baseball terms.
Fourth leg, it's Tom to throw first. Game on.
I just went up full on English there with the googly remark. Sometimes you've got to realize that
140.
Americans don't like cricket.
Amazing when you think how popular bat and ball games are. Or stick.
100.
I haven't had a conversation with Alex yet about his favourite teams, but being from North Carolina, he's probably a Panther.
Not
very good at the minute, the Panthers.
Yeah, I was listening to the radio on my way down. There was playoff games, wasn't there, last night in the NFL?
Sure was. Kansas City beating the Bills. Another great installment of their
100.
rivalry over the last 3 years, all going the way of the Chiefs.
How's your team doing?
Steelers lost to the Bills last week in freezing cold Buffalo.
64.
But they were better than we were. And they're feeling the pain this morning after Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce did their stuff last night once again. Breaking a record, in fact, of quarterback and receiver
100.
touchdowns in the postseason.
117.
Another couple for them last night to beat the Tom Brady and Rob Gronkowski record.
93.
But Alex doesn't want to break records here. He wants to break Tom van den Hogen's throw if he gets a chance.
Oh, this is
55.
potentially
required
the best
24.
leg of the day for Tom.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Tom van
It
den
is
Hogen.
2 out of 3 on the doubles, averaging 86.52. This is a big, big step up for Tom.
Fifth leg, it's Alex to throw first.
Do you think that first start at
Game
double 12 was almost seen as a worse start than it actually was because of the separating steel on the dartboard? It actually wasn't that far away. It wasn't a guide. It wasn't a
95.
terrible dart. But the second one was so perfect.
I'm saying that the erraticness of his throw will come down to
42.
all the moving parts. By contrast, although it's quite a short pullback, well, it's hardly any at all, that wrist just doesn't break until the dart is
140.
released.
Now let's get back to what we were saying about the nature of Alex's throw.
59.
There's a gap between the stopping of the set position there. So it's stop, then it's back. If you could shorten that by half, I'd say find that little hot zone of where you want to start the throw and then just flow a little bit more. I get the feeling that you're right on that one.
Well, we've all tried it ourselves. You know, sometimes it works. Sometimes you can pick a hole in a double that you've previously hit and slide the point in that pre-existing hole. Other times you feel yourself just being too precise, and that can hinder the fluidity of your throw.
What I am looking at with Alex, though, is a lot of fundamental brilliance.
81.
Stable stance, love his grip. Something that a lot of people could mimic if they're starting the game.
Yeah. It's just very simple. Just not easy to do.
This is not simple. He's got to hit the right-hand side from the angle.
No score.
That was one great attempt. The fact that he didn't even flick his own flight just goes to show how precise that shot was. Do you get the feeling that tops could be somewhat troublesome for him if he misses high?
Game shot on the
Doesn't miss high this time, though.
Well, usually with a player with a flat throw, which is what he has, we'll see it. We'll try and get another angle because the angle we show you doesn't actually show you the angle or how below horizontal some of the darts are. We can tell from Tom's they traditionally sit up like most players' darts.
One thing I will say about how these darts go in, though, if they were just sitting a little bit more reversed,
96.
as in an understacking method, sorry, an overstacking method, they would look very similar to that of Phil Taylor when he was using longer darts. That's a great angle to see a 180 from Tom, but look at this. Leaning right and stacking downwards. He wants to get them on top of each other.
Yeah, which always surprises me that players that have darts that enter the board at that angle don't use the side of the board because it's less hindrance. So become more of a 16s thrower.
Yeah, this has got to be 18s first. I am surprised somewhat that on 305, people don't start on the 15s more.
93.
Single 15 and two treble 20s leaves 170. Treble 15 gives you another possible chance of leaving a finish.
Well, back in my day, we'd have just gone treble 20, and then the 15.
Well, Phil Taylor would have just hit a 140 to leave 165.
Yeah.
But then he would have taken the 165 and 4 darts.
Correct.
And that was a really difficult shot for the 60, but you have to agree that maybe he had to go for that treble 20. And Tom's had a great opportunity in this leg to get himself level at 3 legs all. Just get the feeling that he might have to hit that 120. Spellman with 6 from 152 seems very, very likely.
96. Tommy, 120.
Not hitting the 48 for 24. Tom's going to have to find treble 20 and tops, and it's not there.
100.
So all barring a bit of a disaster, Spellman should have 2 at tops.
It's been somewhat up and down on tops so far today. That one's up. That one's in. And that was a wonderful dart from Alex Spellman for a 4-2 victory. A very competent display there on the doubles, just over 30%. Got himself a maximum and did get a check out of 100. But it's good enough to beat an improved Tom van den Hogen in that one in 6 legs. And that gets him to a respectable 4 points at the end of round number 3. When we come back, it will be Kurt Parry looking to bounce back after his narrow loss to Van Biesien earlier. And he's going to be taking on Lee Budgeon, who is still without points.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we're 9 games in to our Group A campaign, which means Chris Mason has come to join me. Van Bessian, we weren't sure what to expect from him. He certainly put down a bit of a marker with 3 victories already this afternoon.
Yeah, he's been the surprise package, hasn't he? And pleasantly slow. We're a little bit concerned looking at his numbers coming in, but he seems to have raised his level and he's enjoying it out there, which we've seen many times before.
Yeah, absolutely. And then when we move on to Brian Rahman, he made the perfect start this afternoon, didn't he? An 82 on the bull in order to get the better of Spellman. Such confidence that he has shown since then. Impressive mental strength, I think, is one thing to focus on. For all of these players who missed out on getting a tour card, they've really not shown it here this week.
No, and especially Brian. We were worried about Brian because his level of play at Q School was a bit of a worry coming into this, but as I said, you approach this with a different mentality. You know it's not knockout darts. You know if you have a poor game, you can put it right in the next one. You know you've got all week to just qualify for Saturday night, where you have got to get it right on the night.
Yeah, confirmation then of the 9 results that we've seen so far this afternoon. Brian Rahman got off to a winning start, 4-2 over Spellman. Kurt Parry, we'll focus on him as well, because at the top of the show, we were questioning where his game was at. Started really, really strongly, won both of his opening matches, missed a whole host of darts at double in his second match before finally getting over the line against Brian Rahman. But in that third match, his level dropped significantly, especially on the outer ring.
Yeah, his doubling was a real concern there, and that may be where he was exposed of not having a lot of match practice coming into it, but he looks like he's in decent enough form, and he could be a player that, as we go throughout the week, will improve just by playing a lot of match darts.
For Lee Budgeon, what advice would you give him at this stage? Because it's quite difficult, isn't it? He's not had the ideal preparation for this morning's action, but you don't want to let that fester because it could be a long week then.
Yeah, like we say, you can get bogged down early in this and constantly looking at the table, and you're looking at yourself on the bottom, no points, and you're constantly looking up. He's just got to forget about it, put this day down as experience, and just try and build some confidence, because that's all he's lacking at the moment.
Absolutely, right there. Next up, it is Kurt Parry, who's looking to get back to winning ways here at the Super Series, taking on Lee Budgeon, who's looking for his first win of the week.
Yes, he is. And Kurt Parry will be smarting from that loss in game number 8 by 4 legs to 1 to Van Bessian. It'll be interesting to see the facial expressions from both players here. You're going to get a lot less in that department, I feel, from Kurt Parry. But if he's put on the butcher's block again here after 3 or 4 legs, then he might just start to go into aggressive mode internally, at least. As for Lee Budgeon, he's just got to find himself closer to getting a win.
Game on.
At the minute, he's just suffering from constantly being in his opponent's dust. But Mace, who joins me again to my left, 9 from 35 on the doubles for Kurt Parry today. That is a percentage of just under 26%. That must improve.
Yeah, absolutely, and it will have to improve throughout the week. Like we've said, and I'll say again, you can't win it on day 1 of Group A, but you can certainly put yourself out of a automatic qualifying position, and that's Budgeon's problem right now. He needs to stop the rut. As for Kurt Parry,
45.
It was something that you called very early in his opening match, that if he does have a flaw, he can go missing on the doubles, and ultimately at some point it will catch you out. But this is much better from Budgeon.
It's almost as if today he's been playing on a budget.
32.
But now he's found his wallet.
Time budget, that's for sure. I don't know why he's gone the ball on 132 with Parry back on 260. Keep it simple.
I know we've mentioned it a few times that he got here a little bit late this morning, but maybe he left his tactics book at home, because I question some of his tactics today.
Yeah, especially earlier, the 2 at double 18 with 3 in hand on 72. Oh, 36 for 32. Beautiful. 15 dart hold. 1-0.
Some people might be thinking at home, well, why did he do that when Kurt was on 160? That was a calculated risk, and I'm okay with that.
okay when they hit it.
60.
When you hit a shot, you look like a genius. When you miss, you look like a fool.
Yeah, and this game can do that to you very quickly. From hero to zero.
I had another question on
55.
social media for you, Mace, from Andy Partington. Thanks for getting in touch, Andy. Talking about strange dart throws.
140.
I'm sure that's off the back of what we saw in Bahrain in the last few days.
Oh, yeah, that was wow. What was that?
I'm still trying to figure it out.
100.
I've contacted Caltech in California to try and figure it out. Anyway, Andy asks about strangest dart throws we've ever played against or seen. Have we got one that sticks out the most? He's mentioned Kerry Morgan, who is, of course, from Kurt's country.
Yeah, Kerry had a bit of an action.
Okay, we've got 161.
Bobby George's, when you think it's across his face, is
92.
I mean, we see a lot of players that maybe just sort of slightly left of nose, but to come all the way across as Bobby did in his heyday, that's out there as one of the most unusual or unconventional, should I say.
Oh, this is unconventional, but I love it. Oh, that's really unfortunate. A great dart, but it just didn't nestle into that 36. But I love that play on 69.
You'll know this guy because he's... Oh, wow, what a finish from Budgeon. 20, didn't like the lie of the opening dart. 92 left, 42 ball. Pick the bones out of that. Yeah, the guy that used to hold his hand in front of his face and throw.
Petri Quarter of Finland.
That's the one. That's a pretty strange one for me.
Can you get behind that 42 bull shot? Because I
Absolutely, yeah.
Great thinking.
Yeah. Well, if you can't see the target, go for an open bed. I'd rather have a dart at something than a dart at nothing.
39.
I've got 2 words for you when it comes to strange throws, and it will forever be at the top of my list. Steve Raw.
Oh, yeah. My old doubles partner. Yeah, that was out there.
So was his right hand.
140.
It's almost like he was pointing to the corner of the room, and then he threw towards the dartboard.
Yeah.
59.
What's that over there? Oh, treble 20. Very individual.
It works sometimes.
Didn't it just?
43.
Did a road trip of the United States with Shane Burgess, didn't he?
He did, yeah.
All part of Shane's book. Everybody gets 15 quid.
60.
Yeah, if you've not read it, get it. It's hilarious.
I think Chris Dobie's still got my copy, you know.
45.
As long as it's doing the rounds and everybody gets a reader, I don't mind. A 139 for Budgeon for 3-0. And all of a sudden, Kurt Parry is being damaged by hitting his own equipment.
80.
Yeah, it's just all unravelling a bit here.
39.
Budgeon is on fire, averaging 97.5. Yet to miss a dart at the double. And he's left tops after 15 for 3-0.
If he walks away from today with 4 points, just how happy would he be?
137.
Well, after the start to the day, I'm sure he'd take that lead.
Has to go for it.
Game shot and third leg. Lee Budgeon.
If Kurt Parry was on 226, he would have bust that. But all of a sudden, the shoulders are a little higher, the chest is out, the facial expression's a lot more positive, looks a lot more relaxed. And that 3-0 lead
46
is courtesy of some very tidy stuff.
Yeah, 112 out, 3 from 5, 60%. Used 48 darts to get to this point of 3-0.
When you play Vault Series darts within the ADC system,
41.
You play a few different formats. The group stages, best of 3. And then you will go to the knockout stages where it'll be best of 9. When you come here, it's all
42.
best of 7 from start to finish. And best of 7 has its own intricacies. You can win from 3-0 down,
140.
but it doesn't happen very often.
No, it's not as common as you would think.
140.
Put him firmly back in the leg, though.
Do you like the switch to the 19s or that last start?
I would have.
Or would you postpone it a visit?
Well,
125.
it did sit up. It looked inviting, didn't it? But you've got to attack.
And now he gets the 19 off. And goes back to plan A, which is the treble 20.
99.
And that's decent. Kurt Parry is on the verge of defeat.
Yeah, can't afford any slip here.
59.
Only 59.
Require 160.
Leaves the door open for budging. There's one of them.
That will have been very close.
100.
Had it not been for that first start in there. What can Kurt do on 90? He needs the bullseye to stop Budgeon from getting a shot. What a weird thing to do, considering all the trouble he's had on the outer ring. He finds the smallest double on the board to save this match.
Flag gets Lee to throw first. Game on.
I don't know what it is about us human beings, you know. We're strange characters sometimes.
96.
We are attracted to games that really do frustrate us.
Golf, snooker, darts.
140.
I think about something like poker. How many times has Phil Hellmuth had a real hissy fit at the poker table about a bad
100.
beat? But
The poker brat.
But look at how successful he's been. Won more World Series of Poker bracelets than anybody.
44.
Now that Kurt's taken that fourth leg, he must accelerate. He cannot afford to let Budgeon have a match start. That's his job now. In the words of Roy Keane,
100.
it's your job. Stop him getting a match start.
100.
An interesting stance that Lee has. When you look at it from that angle, it looks as though his back is slightly arched.
99.
Justin Pipe had a strange old throw, didn't he?
Didn't he just?
Although effective. Mark Hilton, another one.
125.
Looked
Lever
even more bizarre,
106.
of course, because he's left-handed. How about co-stomping?
74. Okay,
Oh,
require 92.
that was a chance for Lee Budgeon, wasn't it? Can he be stopped?
60.
He can't, which means the end of the
Lee
game
require 32.
could be now. Never mind, Nye. Keep your balance. Who said you can't have darts on ice? Double four.
24.
That one casts a shadow over the double
Okay,
four.
require 32.
Kurt did not expect to come back, but he
Game
does
shot on
take
the
full
fifth
advantage
leg.
of the fact that he did.
Kurt Parry.
Suppose we can't forget Terry Downs, can we?
We've got time. We've got plenty of time to talk about
It's
Terry.
Kurt to throw first. Game on.
He did look like a roadie for the Bay City Rollers, didn't he?
He did.
180.
Well, if Budgeon goes on to lose this match, he'll feel like he wants to hit the road.
140.
You might wonder why Lee Budgeon maybe lost his balance when he was going up to the oche there. Sometimes people with this raised oche can
100.
just get up there a little bit too quickly. And then when your foot doesn't move, your body tries to compensate for it and you lose your balance a bit. It's happened to everybody.
100.
But if Parry finds this scoring and stays there for the next couple of legs, he could easily
105.
win this 4-3.
Well, he's on course to level things up. And then the doubt that Budgeon's had in his mind, probably on his way
32.
in and stuck in traffic,
160.
will begin to become a bigger issue.
92.
He probably thinks he's stuck in traffic again. He might have no way out. But when you consider the fact he's already missed a match start, he's missed the off-ramp.
59.
Talk about the strangest thrown, Nico, as we get into the end of this leg.
Game shown the
That's
sixth
a
flag.
14 darter for
Kurt
Parry. About the nicest throws in World Darts.
Seventh and final leg, it's Lee to throw first. Game on.
You know, I always thought Dave Whitcomb had a lovely throw.
Agreed.
I'm being proper old school there, though.
38.
Alan Evans had a lovely throw.
Steve Beaton's got to be right up there, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's just so happens that
45.
throw's attached to one of the best human beings on the planet. And John Lowe and his pomp, though. Silky smooth. It was
Yeah,
remarkable.
fundamentally perfect.
This one's pretty good. But
60.
is his scoring drying up at the wrong time? I know there's never a good time for it to dry up, but when you're on the charge and you've won 3 consecutive legs, the last thing you want to see is your opponent finding that.
180.
And you not.
Yeah, it's a horrible feeling. You think, right, I've got myself back in this, and then you just have an indifferent
140.
last leg, or your opponent doesn't miss.
It reminds me of a game that I reference all the time. In Niedenhausen, a game between Rob Cross and Luke Humphreys. Cross was 5-0 up.
42.
Humphreys brought it back to 5-5, and Cross won 6-5. And I said at the time, Humphreys probably would have rather lost that 6-0.
Yeah.
140.
Yeah, this horrible feeling.
141.
Kurt Parry grafting hard here. Down to the easier finish of the two. Yeah, I don't mind the
49.
ball there.
Got it, 160.
He didn't get any of it, though. How much of this does Kurt Parry get? It's down to the double. And it's there.
Shot and the match. Kurt Parry.
Wow, what a comeback. And Lee Budgeon will leave the stage right now. He's not in traffic anymore. He's actually been taken off the road by Kurt Parry, who gets himself onto 6 points alongside James Van Biesien. And that is a really good performance after being 3-0 down. When we come back, it will be Brian Roman. We've had a bit of a break from him for a while. He'll come back to take on Van den Hogen.
Tom van den Hogen then looking to do what Lee Budgeon came agonisingly close to doing last time out and record his first win of the week. The problem for the Dutchman is that he'll be looking to do so against a man who is full of confidence at the moment in Brian Rahman, whose only defeat so far today came in a decider against Kurt Parry, where he missed match darts himself before going down in that one. It's tough to see anything other than a Rahman win in this one, but to guide you through all of the action, let's get back to Mace and Nico.
Thank you very much, Abby. Yeah, if we do crunch the numbers, it is hard to see how he gets a win, but as we know, this game can be sometimes unpredictable. Tom 7-4, 2-5 about Brian, which I make just about right, Nico.
Yeah, me too. I think
First
Brian's
leg,
had a
it's
nice
Tom
break
to throw first.
since his previous win
Game on.
in round number 3. That was a 4-1 victory against Lee Budgeon, who at the minute probably needs a bit of space. As for Tom, he's not had much of a break since his last
85.
match. His best performance of the day, 83.37, but it was a 4-2 loss to Alex Spellman.
140.
Now, Brian's nickname, I assure you, is not the Noodle. That's just an affectionate nickname that he's somewhat liked and disliked over the
57.
past 5 or 6 years. However, his nickname is the Riddler. I think it's probably got something to do with the fact
40.
that he likes to confuse people with his finishing prowess. But here's a question for you. You know what the Riddler's actual name is in the DC universe?
121.
No.
Edward Nigma. Enigma. Played by Jim Carrey in the
100.
third installment of the Batman franchise.
Clever. Well, his walk-on music is called The Business.
100.
Is that spelled properly or has it got a couple of Z's in it?
Spelled properly.
Can't tell these days. Nobody uses a dictionary when they're writing music
57.
anymore.
Tommy record 138.
God, I sound like a really grumpy old man, don't I?
Well, we were talking about Brian's resume a little earlier in one of his
98.
matches, and he did
Brian
make
record
the
164.
quarterfinals, as you said, back in 2022 of Lakeside.
That's a decent recovery after that
Tommy
first
record
start, which
40.
was intended for the treble 18. This is intended for the 10s.
20.
And that one skews away,
Only require
giving Rahman a
83.
chance to break the throw. Oh, interesting.
Game shot.
Very good. Well done, the
Brian
Riddler.
Rahman.
Certainly will keep us guessing with shots like that. Yeah, started playing back in 2012.
Second against
Started
Brian
playing
to
within
throw
the
first.
BDO stroke WDF system in 2014. Had a
96.
tour card last year, hence we didn't see him here. But in terms of ranking titles
59.
for a former world number one, just the 3 I can find.
Yeah, Belfry Open in 2019. Yeah, he also won the Denmark
180.
Masters, beating Willem Mandegers in the final, someone who has played here. And in the England Open in 2021,
44.
he beat someone that you know, Ian Jones,
Oh, beat Whippet, yeah.
in the final.
94.
But for me, not enough individual titles on that.
45. Brian record
List.
131.
There's a bit of a battle cry for you, Brian, from our ace analyst, Chris Mason.
59.
Well, as a former world number one, you'd expect it to be littered with titles when you look at previous former number ones.
96. Brian record 72.
This is double 6.
Game shot
Told
the
ya.
second leg.
Oh, he's
Brian
playing like a
Rahman.
number one right now. 2 from 2 on the doubles, an 83 out,
So look
72
at Tom
out.
to throw first. Game
One of everything at the moment, Nico.
Absolutely right. 2 out of 2 on the doubles, though. And his finishing is about as pristine as his haircut.
77.
Not a hair out of place.
Maybe he goes to the same hairdressers as our referee Owen Binks.
55.
I always remember reading the profile of Ryan Meikle, great left-hand player from
150.
the Ipswich area. I'm sure that's something that Owen really wants me to talk about because Colchester United and Ipswich are really big rivals. But Ryan always said that his biggest dislike about people is if they didn't take care of themselves. Well, when Brian turned up this morning, he'd definitely taken care of himself. He's pristine. He's turned up with a purpose. And I know there's something that Kevin Painter prides himself on. If you prepare yourself well and you look yourself in the mirror and say, I look good today,
94.
that's a good start.
170.
And Brian's going to have to rely on mistakes from Tom, and that's not a mistake. The fact that he's under 50 now, it gives him options.
100. Tommy required 49.
Yeah, can pick his double. His choice is double 16.
17.
Ooh, dangerous game with Roman.
And where's he going to go here? 4 17s and ball.
Yep. Oh. That's my only fear with that route.
51.
That
Tommy required 32.
If you block it out with dart 1, you're done.
Is Tom done?
On the third leg.
Well, the leg is done.
Tom Van
That's a
Den
wonderful
Hogen.
dart from Tom. He could probably see half of that bed at most.
Brian to throw first.
He is rather creative with the finishing, like we've mentioned. He's up there with the likes of Whitlock and
125.
Keegan Brown. They just try and pick something different. I remember when Keegan Brown did 152 in a European Tour
81.
event. 2 treble 19s, double 19. Loved it. And it was to win a really key leg as well.
Creative.
100.
So watch out for Brian doing that the next few days. He's hoping that he only has to do it for 2 more than this before
36.
a Saturday night appearance. We've already mentioned that he's already played in the Southampton studio a couple of years
95.
back. So he's never had a Saturday night experience in Portsmouth, and I'm sure that's his motivation this week.
57.
12 players arrive this week. They'll all have the same idea. Only 6 will make it.
45.
Who's the favourite at the minute for Champions Week? It's an interesting question, considering the fact that we've got a few
40.
names there.
Round number 136.
Some are in form, and some we're not sure what they've done since.
81.
We'll come back to that in the next leg, in fact.
Also got a few where we're going to be looking at, after week 12, we're going to be looking at the
133.
best performer and performing runner-ups, because we've got a couple that have got tour cards, of course.
Double 10. And
Game
that
shot
is
the
a
fourth
prime
leg.
shot for Brian.
Brian Roman.
Could be looking at a nice total of 6 points alongside Parry
Fifth leg
and Van
is Tom
Vissien,
to throw first.
going towards the final 4 matches
Game.
of the day. Yes, you're right. Willie Borland has got himself a tour card. He is now ineligible for Champions Week. As is
58.
Chris Landman, who won week 7. So, unfortunately for Nico Bloom, his average that week wasn't great.
180.
Yeah, that's right.
As for Muhlenkamp, he will have to wait and see.
58.
He lost to Landman in week 7. We've got the likes of Andreas Harrison, Neil Duff, who won week 8. Wayne Jones, of course, who won on Saturday night.
180.
Hello. Where has this come from?
You may have been seeing
97.
some of the
Brian Roman,
9-dart highlights
141.
on your screens recently. You're not going to get another one. I think he's just having a joke at the referee as if to say, is that close? It's still brilliant.
105.
Well, it may not be a 9, but could very well be a 10.
And for the best performance of the day, by
40.
some margin,
Ronnie required 36.
75% on the doubles and almost a 99 average. This is more like it from Roman.
18.
Got 3 missed darts at double. Just plant. a little bit of negativity that he didn't want.
49.
Still
Brian
has
Maguire,
an
18.
option here to split. 2 for double 8 to finish off a very tidy
Game
performance,
shot
and he
and
does.
the
It's not a
match,
10-darter to win it.
Brian Roman.
It is a 15 and an average of 92.58 for Roman in a very comfortable 4-1 win. Tom averaging 72.12. 318 is in there, all for our winner, Brian Roman. When we come back after the break, James Van Basten takes on Alex Spellman.
Right then, welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. A really tasty tie up next to complete our penultimate round of fixtures. James Van Basten is up against Alex Spellman. It's been hard to predict the level of the American so far today. He's produced an average in the 70s, 80s and 90s. Can he maybe produce a ton topper here? And can he become the first player to get the better of Van Basten here in week 10? To join him, Parry and Roman on 6 points in the league standings. Let's find out in the company of Chris Mason and Paul Nicholson.
I tell you what, Abby, when you're saying things like 70s, 80s, 90s, you're starting to sound like Magic FM. What about now?
Thought we were off to Pop World.
I think that's later in the week, miss. However, at the minute, you're absolutely right, Abby. An average in the 70s, an average in the 80s, an average in the 90s. That just goes to show what Chris Mason was saying earlier is absolutely right. That range is just a bit wide. The consistency may be needed if he wants that elusive Super Series title, because he's been close a couple of times, made it to Saturday a couple of times. Mission number one is still making Saturday first.
Game on!
And you would think that this may well be the easiest group to come through. In all fairness, when you look what's coming in later in the week.
I think that's a very fair statement to make.
60.
You look at what we've had from some of these players already. But what is likely from the likes of Lonsdale, Quantock and Webster? in Group B on Thursday and Friday night. That looks strong to me.
95.
James Wilson and Connor Scott are going to be very, very hard to beat in Group C, but do not, under any circumstances, underestimate Tom Sykes. The last time he played on this stage, he was winning a belt in the ADC system, and he played fabulously.
100.
If he wants to go under the radar, sorry, Tom, we've got your number. You're firmly on our radar.
And remember, if you do end up in that Group C, it's only 2 to go through. At worst, you want to be
39.
in Group B, where 3 from 5 progress, and well, that could well end up being a rather tough 5.
Somebody with a reputation is not going to make Saturday. That's my call for this week.
140.
Spellman's got to be on point right now in his 4th game of the day. He's going to play 2 of the last 4. He's got Kurt Parry in game 14 after this.
140.
But first, he's got to try and be the man who can beat James and his undefeated streak, which has come as a bit of a surprise today.
Yeah, very pleasantly surprised when you looked at how Q School went and then looked at the last 12 months.
I'm always curious, you know, and this probably is an insight into my way of thinking every now and again, but I'm always interested to meet a person who would choose spearmint-coloured
57.
flights.
James, you require 101.
It's not the usual thing you would buy.
Oh,
Maybe that's why I got them, because they keep finding the target.
61.
I think it's
Alex, you require
it's a visual
107.
thing, isn't it? It's what you like. I could never get on with black flights. It used to play havoc with my perception.
I think with Alex, it's all about
James
synchronicity,
McGuire, 40.
because what he's got in the back of the shirt is on the flight as well. That's called having a brand. This is called having a shot at tops.
Buckled the wire.
20.
Spellman
you
getting
require
a
70.
chance. Probably didn't expect.
54s don't come much better than that.
Game
Oh,
on
and
the
he's
first
just
leg.
done to Van
Alex
Bissian
Spellman.
what he did to his opponent in his previous match.
Second leg, it's
Remember when
Alex to
Van
throw
Bissian was
first.
going for
Game
double 8 at the end of the game? He hit
Bottom
the
corner.
bottom corner of it. So now he knows how it is to feel it from the other side. I
45.
think Alex will be in any way, shape or form pleased with his play today, because
No.
my guess is no.
No, he has high standards. And if he can get out of today with
100.
8 points, he'd be more than happy.
That would be the equivalent in the NFL of winning 4 games out of 5 and not completing many passes and probably trudging through with the run game.
140.
He has won quite a lot of titles, in fact, in the last couple of seasons. Still looking for his first title of 2024. But he didn't have too long to wait for his first ranking title in the CDC last year,
100.
which he won in Brownsburg, the second event of the year. Won at the American Legion, beating Jason Brandon in the final by 7 legs to 5. He'd love to get off to another hot start this year.
Well, he played 19 matches at Q School,
140.
averaged 88.73, which is very, very steady.
He does have a WDF ranked title
41.
win, which is one of those good named titles from North America. We've talked about those loads with Leonard Gates and Danny Lauby. Now they've got some great named tournaments in America. In 2022, he won the White Mountain Shootout.
100.
Not as good as the Choo Choo.
Nothing beats the choo-choo. Yeah, the White Mountain Shootout was in Shelburne, New Hampshire. I think that's in New England,
Alex
in,
It is.
in the northeast.
76.
Maine and Boston and
This is tops for 2-0.
Game shown the second
Clinical.
leg. Alex Spellman.
It's pretty chilly in New England at the minute.
Third leg is James to throw
My
first.
word, they get some weather
Game
up there.
on.
yeah, I've been out there at this time of the year, and no wonder it's called White Mountain. It's probably covered in 10 foot of snow like everything else.
I don't know, but for some reason when I read White Mountain, I thought of Jean-Claude Van Damme and a very apt Canadian beer.
45.
There's a little bit of movement in that throw as he delivers it. The body just shifts a little bit to the left.
95.
I don't mind that tiny bit of movement as long as it's not too much. You've got to have a little bit of freedom in that throw. It can't be too rigid.
No, because everything will be tight.
Oh, we've got a strange one, and that's not touching
80.
anything. However, even if it was, it would have only been 3 points.
$59.
He's taking his foot off the pedal a little bit here as Alex. Coasting along with that 2-0 lead. And trying to be the first person to stop James today, to stop him from getting to 8
59.
points as well. If Spellman wins this game, we've got 4 players on 6 points. And the other 2 on 0.
Yeah, there was that start of group separation quite early, wasn't there?
80.
And we've now pretty much got it if Spellman goes on to win the match. As it stands on the live table, it's Brian Roman that's out on top. 6 points plus 7. Spellman, if he goes on to
100.
win, as you rightly said, Paul, would be 6 points. Currently on plus 6. So if he wins this 4-0, he will go top.
Most players will be very happy with 6 points.
140.
Yeah,
But
day one, 6 points.
I guarantee you right now, if James walks away with 6 points today, he will not be pleased. Because that would mean he'd have lost his last 2 matches.
And he does play Brian Roman in the final game, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's playing the
91.
2 players with the biggest reputations in this group to
127.
finish his day. So maybe that tells you a little bit of something.
Good thing tomorrow he gets that out of the way, but I expect a better version of Kurt Parry and certainly Lee Budgeon tomorrow.
Game
Beautiful.
shot in the third leg.
3 out of
Alex
3, Nico.
Spellman.
On the doubles, a 1-2-7 finish and averaging 96. This is the version of Spellman
Fourth leg, it's Alex to
we
throw
expected.
first. Game on.
I make that the best finish of the day so far, and boy, was it a beauty. Right on the button, as you would say.
$140.
Going
Sometimes
through
when
the
you-
gears.
Sometimes when you've played a lot of darts recently, because Alex has played a fair few weeks, you just take an hour or 2, maybe 3, just to get into that game mode. Do you remember when John Henderson was here 12 months ago?
60.
He played qualifying school challenge tour, came straight into the Super Series. He won his week, and he went straight into a Champions Week. He'd effectively played 4 weeks straight. But it took John
a
couple of days to get going in Group A.
180.
And now Spellman is cooking with gas.
Yeah, he's absolutely flying. Standout individual performance of the day so far, averaging 103.
96.
Another example of that very wide range.
The more I look at the back of that shirt, you know, the more it reminds me of Mikuru Suzuki's shirt with that somewhat menacing Japanese cat on the back.
125.
140, 180, 125 in the scoring phase of this fourth leg. Possible 11 darter. And our first 100 plus
59.
average of the day.
Alex, you require 56.
Just to prove what Mace was saying earlier about the range. Well, he's missed a single for starters. And he's missed another one. After a somewhat flawless performance, he's just missed 2 singles.
38.
He's left double 9. He's missed 3 singles. How often do you see it where they miss the first one and they'll just miss another? The confidence completely evaporates.
One of the most befuddling visits you will ever see.
Alex, you require
From a bloke
18.
who was averaging 104 prior to that.
Maybe he wanted to leave double 9.
Game
And he's 4 out of
shot
4 on the doubles.
match.
But his
Alex
range for the
Spellman.
day is 23 points. Maybe not as big as we talked about earlier, but look at this for an individual performance. He has stopped James Van Veen from being undefeated after 4 rounds with the best performance of the day. Perfect on doubles, highest checkout of the day, and the highest average. That makes us take notice. Well done, Alex. When we come back, it is the final round of play for Monday's Group A action.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we've just seen Alex Spellman record his 3rd win of the day. A huge range in his performance level so far today. Averages in the 70s, 80s, 90s, and then with that 4-0 success last time out, averaged over a ton. It was a really dominant display in that one. Took out a stunning 1-2-7 in game, as you can see here. And it did condemn James Van Veen to his first defeat of the day. He was 3 from 3 prior to that. But in that match, Alex Spellman was 4 from 4 on the outer ring. And we can have confirmation now of the results that we have seen so far today, with one more round of fixtures still to bring you confirmation of that 3rd success of the day for Alex Spellman. Brian Rahman has looked very good indeed as well, hasn't he? So full of confidence coming here to the Super Series this week. And Kurt Parry getting back to winning ways last time out. A 4-3 success over Lee Budgeons. Things continue to go horribly wrong for Budgeon today, who looked destined for his first win of the day last time out. Led Parry 3-0, but surrendered that advantage. Parry getting over the line with that lovely 1-1-6 out. And it is Budgeon who's next in action against Tom van den Hogen. Both of them, of course, looking for their first victory of the session. Someone's O has got to go. Guys in comms, who's it going to be?
Thanks, Abby. I think Lee Budgeon at this stage now will just leave it all out there, Nico. What do you think?
I have to agree. Better performance, even though he lost his previous match to Kurt Parry. 88.25 in defeat. And I don't see that kind of performance coming from Tom. So if he can replicate the level of performance that he did against Kurt, I think he's going to get more chances to win the match.
Yeah, agreed. Well, we're going to end the day with 2 players on 8 points. Lee will be
First leg, it's Tom to throw
just be keen to pick up a
Game
win
on.
and feel like his campaign is underway. Following this one, Spellman will take on Parry. Both of them on 6 points.
100.
And then Roman will take on Van Bessian. Both of them are on 6 points. So we're going to have 2 at the top, 2 in the middle, and 2 at the
59.
bottom.
Starting to talk like Striker Lucky there.
Oh, what a program that was.
Top, middle, or bottom. And we know that Alex Spellman's already
59.
hit the hot spot.
Yeah, he certainly did with that bullseye finish on the back of the 127 in what is the performance of the
48.
day so far.
Do you think it's going to be better in the final round? Or do you think that's the best we'll see today?
Well, potentially, Spellman against Parry, they could really take each other along. And you know what it's like for
134.
those big averages. Sometimes you don't need to get embroiled in those legs where both players miss doubles.
134.
If we get a tight game, we could have a big average. And I know that Spellman will be buoyed from that performance.
38.
He might still be shaking his head as to how he left himself on double 9 in the 4th leg.
Yeah, 4 of the most bizarre darts you will see. I say he was averaging, I think it was 104.94 at that
Tommy
point
Rakwai, 170.
when he left himself, what was it, 56? Missed the big number, missed the big number, missed the big number, hit double 9.
42.
Can you imagine what I'd be like stood behind that? I'd need a bucket.
Who would be the best person to put as the opponent to that shot?
Painter.
Why did I know you were
61.
going to say that?
Tommy
Or
Rakwai,
Merv King.
128.
Really?
Well, it's 1-2-8 for Tom. He's not going to give Lee a chance to see it, really.
76.
Still
Lee
not a
Rakwai,
bad-
118.
Way to bring your score down to a 2-darter. Budgeon might have to go 48 bull here.
It's got to go 48 ball. He did it on the 112, didn't he? He went 42 ball.
It was the right thing to do.
Absolutely.
50.
And in
Tommy
those
Rakwai,
moments, you haven't hit
52.
it, but just be assured that you did the right thing.
Game
That
shot
was
the
the
first
right thing
leg.
to do as well.
Tom van den Hogen.
And with Tom van den Hogen having the darts in this match, it presents a
So
better
here's Lee
chance
to
to
throw
win
first.
than, say,
Game on.
against someone like Spellman, who had the darts when Spellman beat him by 4 legs to 2.
140.
We have such little information about Tom that we don't know if he's got a nickname. We don't know about what kind of hobbies he's into.
59.
We are learning about Tom at the same rate as you guys, which sometimes is a really good thing.
I think that's one of the great things about the Super Series is we get to
125.
see fresh faces, new players, and potentially, who knows?
57.
Every now and again, the ADC system spits out something that makes you think, oh, hello. Is that going to be one that we're going to get this week?
125.
We just don't know yet. The big story's going to happen a little bit later in the week. But what we want to see in the first few days are signs of that.
38. Lee Rakwai, 111.
It's a bit like getting a young player out of the academy for your football team. You expect them to hit the ground running at the start? Not necessarily, but the signs have got to be good.
91.
Signs are good for Budgeon in this leg.
Yep, time on his side. That would have been for a 12 darter had he hit tops. 140, 125, 125. 91, which included 1 dart at tops.
No score.
And that is where you suffer when you rush and you're late. You don't have time to go through your normal routines where you practice all your doubles and
78.
do some
Leave
finishing,
required 20.
some 2-dart clutch finishing. Here we go.
Okay. Double-double.
40.
Unintentionally, and just like Spellman, he's on a double that he didn't mean to leave. There's not one person on this planet who wants to be left on double 3. I don't care what you say. This is why it's difficult.
No score.
It's like a poker player saying, I want to be dealt 7 deuce. They're lying.
Off.
42. Leave requires 6.
Doesn't have to go double 3. He can go 2 double 2.
Game shown the second leg.
But finds the direct
Leave
route this
button.
time to equalise at 1 leg all.
One from
Delegates
10
Tom to
on
throw
the doubles
first.
for budget.
Game on.
Darts was easy. Everybody would succeed. But it's not an easy game, even though some people will make it
96.
look easy. That is maybe the worst dart he's thrown today.
58.
That follow through was stunted. Just wonder what kind of situation it would have to be to get a reaction from Tom. He does strike me as a very
57.
placid kind of guy, which in this sport is a very good thing to be. You can be like Teflon, just let other people do what they want,
58.
and you just get on with your job.
Absolutely. Do not want to get emotionally invested, especially in this sport.
80.
Teach yourself to play with freedom.
There's a very famous book,
45.
which I actually can't tell you the full title of because of the nature of the vernacular. But it's the art of doing something, or not caring about something.
39.
And it's almost as if Tom plays with that kind of mentality. And in this sport, that's a really good thing.
Absolutely.
100.
I don't think there's a player on the planet that wouldn't benefit from that kind of mentality.
With success comes pressure and expectation.
Which brings
59.
pressure and disappointment. Then resentment. I'm talking about my book. The opening page.
60.
I'm going to be first in line
Tommy
for that book, I
require
hope you know.
170.
I want a signed copy before it's even sold. I'd like to write the foreword if you don't mind.
134.
Fantastic. That's my day, mate. 140 here's the ideal score. And maybe it's a good thing he didn't get the 60 with dart 2, because he can be aggressive with dart 3.
140.
Absolutely.
And it takes the bust
36.
shot completely out of play.
Horrible double 9.
Game
Well,
shot the
makes it
third
look
leg.
easy.
Tom van den Hoven.
Maybe with that approach he has, that prevents him getting engulfed with
Fleckets lead to
fear.
throw first. Game on.
Just wonder what the emotions would be for Lee if he was to lose 5 from 5. Now, Tom is not playing well in this game so far. The average is
59.
low. But Budgeon is in the same vicinity.
Yeah, the only thing I sort of, well, you don't know at the time, but we have the
43.
advantage of sitting here with an array of numbers in front of us, and you almost want to say sort of, all you got to do is put 10% on your game, and that'd be enough.
55.
It'd be enough to coast to win.
I can imagine this is what it's like to work for a private bank. And in darting terms, we are faced with enough
61.
statistics that make us look like we're dealing in the stock exchange. We're talking about patterns, numbers, percentages, and we're also talking about behaviors. It's a very simple thing,
46.
but it's putting those things into practice. That's the hard thing. We haven't got any power as commentators. It's all down to the people playing right now. And
59.
10% in this game is monstrous, just like it would be in investment banking. That's a better first start. But his miss has been right today.
81.
And that shake of the head tells you he's just not up to speed. He's got little to no confidence.
83.
I personally think that the win for Budgeon is more valuable than it is for Tom.
100.
Especially when you consider the fact that Budgeon's had a match start today. Tom has not.
133. Leave
And again, it'll come down to expectation.
A penny for the thoughts of Lee if Tom is to find
54.
4 18s in a bullseye here.
We require 122.
There's 3 of them. There's 4. And there's the
Game shot
bullseye.
for 4 flag.
That stings.
Tom van den Hogen.
Yeah, more bad news for Budgeon. That was a breaker throw.
Flag, it's Tom to throw first.
Well, his campaign in Group A is effectively over if Tom closes this one out 4-1.
I think you might have just given us the YouTube
100.
headline for Budgeon's day. Bad news, Budgeon.
The Late Late Show.
65.
His main issue is, apart from having 0 points, it's -12. Where do 4-0 wins come from in this group?
57.
And there's another problem as well. If he loses to Tom, and he sits on 0 overnight with 2 days to go, there are going to be 4 players
99.
at least 3 wins ahead. So even shooting for the top 3 is going to be too hard.
Yeah. Not impossible.
95.
But you feel on one of the days he's going to have to go through the card.
Yeah, he's got to deny everybody points.
Which is something no one has been able to do on day 1.
85.
And traditionally, we do get an improvement on day 2. Especially with having
60.
debutants here.
Yeah, I think we will get an improvement tomorrow, standard-wise. We've seen some good darts today, but just smatterings of it. I think we'll get more stuff in the high 80s and into the 90s
81.
tomorrow.
Agreed.
Oh, that's a great first start. Doesn't get any better for Tom than that one. I like the switch here. And he loves the switch.
37.
Yeah, we're going to have to see him the treble 19 land. So he's going to have, or should get, 2 clear darts at a
60.
double for a
Only requires
comprehensive
52.
4-1 win.
Well, how can he leave double 9 here off 3 missed singles? Well, he doesn't miss a single. He gets his first match start of the day in his 5th game.
Game shot
And he only needs the one.
match. Tom
He will
van den
finish
Hogen.
in the table after day 1 in 5th position. He won't be feeling too great about that, but the fact that he's won his last match will make lunch just taste a little bit better. 80% on the doubles in that contest as well, with that 1-2-2 on the bullseye. That will make him feel good ahead of playing Lee Budgeon in Game 3 on Tuesday. Alex Spellman, who has had the biggest finish of the day, will now take on Kurt Parry, who is somewhat licking his wounds.
The Week 10 action continues here at the Super Series, and our penultimate match could be a pretty tasty one. Alex Spellman, who delivered the standout performance of the day last time out, producing our only ton-topping average of the session so far. The American was 4 from 4 on the doubles and treated us to a delightful 1-2-7 in game. He's taken on Kurt Parry, who certainly sharpened up on his doubles last time out as well. One of these two will end the day on 8 points. To find out who it's going to be, let's get back to Mason Nico.
Thanks, Abby. Yeah, I don't think this one can fail to deliver a fascinating game. Both at this stage, well up to speed. Both players winning 3 of their 4 matches played, both on 6 points, and both will fancy the win.
Yeah, I think that's true, especially when you consider that
First leg,
they
it's
both put in their
Alex to
best
throw
performance of the
first.
day, arguably,
Game on.
in their previous match. Parry, because he won from 3-0 down. I mentioned earlier that he's licking his wounds a little bit because the one loss that he's had today, he lost
119.
He just didn't play well in that game, but his response was excellent.
140.
When he was 3-0 down, he'd lost pretty much 8 out of 9 legs. And it was not going well, but it just goes to show what kind of spirit he's got in that locker, because from there, he was excellent. And if that continues, he's going to cause Alex all sorts of issues.
60.
That throw just getting better and better over the course of the day.
Just how key is it for Kurt that that first start needs to be planted in the right spot?
Yeah, if not
55.
in the red bit, then literally just over the top. Like, that's not too bad. Yeah, you can adjust off those. You can work off them.
140.
And he's aware of that, so he doesn't throw too many low darts. See, that's okay for the style of Spellman.
140. Game
first
on
max.
161.
Aha, 57.
It's not disappointing. We thought it was going to be good, Paul.
78.
That was a bit of
Alex,
accidental
191.
parage from me. Didn't even mean to do it. Alex means to get 88 more.
51.
Almost does.
Okay, you require 83.
66 left. And he goes for the bullseye himself this time,
49.
but drags it left and
Alex,
low.
you require 40.
Spellman's doubling has been
Game
somewhat
shot on
up
the
and down
first
today,
leg.
but better
Alex Spellman.
more recently. And he puts that right very quickly for a 1-0 lead.
Second leg, it's Kurt to throw first. Game on. $91.
The very interesting shirt design that Alex has here. It looks like hieroglyphics on that shirt, which is predominantly blue.
140.
What's your favourite dart shirt at the minute, Mace? Have you got a favourite from any particular player?
125.
I quite like the new Luke Humphries one that he used at the weekend.
The Bahrain coloured
Yeah.
cool hand shirt.
Yeah, I like that one.
121.
I'm a big
Anything
fan
that-
of that, though.
Anything Suzuki does.
Yeah.
That's the end of the conversation for me.
Well, there was some brilliant ones by the Asian players in the Worlds,
140.
wasn't there?
Yeah, they just have it completely nailed at the minute, those guys. Well, that one obviously slipped out of his hand. Look where it ended up. That's a great recovery.
76. Go 145.
That slip dart might, in fact, be the difference between losing
40.
this leg and winning it.
Alex, you've got 164.
Let's find out. He might just take this big finish, though. Just flicks off his own flight a little bit too much.
92. Okay, you require 105.
Gives Kurt a chance of levelling up.
97.
Nice approach,
Alex,
but
you require
Spellman does get an
72.
opportunity. This is where we're talking about whether that slipped dart could cost him the leg. Did he need 2 darts at double? He
32.
did. So it has cost
Okay,
him.
you require 8. Game
And it's
shot
cost him the
second
leg.
Kurt Parry.
Paid the ultimate price. One apiece.
Third against Alex to throw first.
As expected, this
Game
one,
on.
Nico, was going to be nip and tuck.
Kurt Parry's been around an awfully long time. And what some people
45.
don't know about him is that he has had a career that spans about a decade.
77.
He does share a surname with another famous dart player, of course. A certain Kiwi mate of mine, Warren Parry.
Of course.
42.
He has won a development tour title back in 2013, has Kurt Parry.
180.
2013?
11 years ago.
Scary when you think about it. He's also played in
58.
6 World Youth Championships. Get that around your head for a second. He played in 6 of them. And he made the semi-finals in 2014.
140.
He lost out to a certain Raui John Rodriguez of Austria. And on that occasion, in that tournament, it was won
43.
by someone who lives very
104.
close to this studio. Keegan Brown, who beat Dirk van Dijvenbode in the other semi-final. Just more
48.
indications of why we rated Kurt so highly, because the other 3 have gone on to do bits.
Yeah.
Got to be the switch now. That 60's closed.
59. Okay, you require 56.
Double top for Kurt.
16.
He wanted that second dart planted where the third dart was. There's no panic. He's 214 points ahead.
140.
Might want to hit it this time if
40.
you want to get this break of throw.
Game
He
shot
does
on the
get it this
third
time.
leg. Kurt Parry.
Spellman walks away from today with 6 points. He will not feel
Well, I guess
pleased.
Kurt's
He'll
a throw
feel like he's left
first.
points out there.
Game on.
Well, as Abby read out his numbers of 70s, 80s, 90s and 100s,
57.
it's been one of those days. I suppose you got to look at the positives. There has been one high-level performance in there.
Just want to go
And he's in the mix.
I just want to go through the quarterfinals of that 2014 World Youth Championship. All of the names that are present
140.
in those quarterfinals. We've talked about Keegan Brown. We've talked about Dirk van Dijvenbode, Raui John Rodriguez, and Kurt. The other 4 names. Are you wondering where they are now?
122.
The number 1 seed going into that was Adam Hunt. And he was beaten by Keegan Brown in the quarters.
140.
Reece Robinson was the number 6 seed. He was in the quarters then. And the other 2 names, well, they get me scratching my head a little bit as if to say, where are they now? Jack Tweddle. Haven't got a clue where he is now.
100. Okay,
And
we're
Dean
164.
Reynolds.
The Welsh lad.
Absolutely. One of the most highly thought of
100.
Welsh youngsters in recent
Yeah,
times.
he made a call, didn't he, a few years ago, where he had the option to take a tour card and declined.
I'd love to see Dean on the comeback trail,
85.
but it's
Okay,
entirely
required 64.
in his corner as to what he wants to do. Just like it is for Kurt right now, who's got tops.
24. Alex, you
Getting
require
plenty of chances in this game.
150.
And that's because of his average. It's nearly 10 points better than that of Alex. Seems to have lost his scoring boots a little bit since the previous match.
58. Okay, you require 40.
3-1. Double 10. Don't want to be giving Spellman a
Game
go at
shot on the
92
fourth
and
leg.
doesn't.
Kurt Parry.
Well, Kurt Parry at the moment averaging just shy of 90. Spellman just north of 81.
It's Alex to throw first.
And this is his issue.
Game
Last time out, over 100. Could have been over 104.
10 darts at double for Kurt. 4 for Alex. It's not a spellbinding, no pun intended,
100.
percentage from Kurt. But he's converting enough chances from the opportunities he's creating for himself.
95.
And being the ones he's being given by Spellman. Spellman's not been able to keep him under pressure.
If you're given 9 darts at double to win 3 legs in a contest,
85.
and every time that is 3 darts in a visit at a double, it doesn't matter whether it's 100% or 33% or somewhere in between, as long as you hit 1 out
97.
of 3 every time.
Absolutely.
And that's the kind of thing we're seeing here from Kurt.
Well, it becomes, it may not be visit perfect, but it's turn perfect.
97.
Doing the right thing there on 309.
59.
He is of the generation of counters that would not start on 20s on 309. That was good to see.
If we're doing a nicer lie, Nico, he probably would have stayed there, but that's a
177.
beautiful visit.
Kurt will be thinking about the next leg
140.
now.
Alex, you require
We won't
42.
expect Alex to miss this. Double 16. Keep this match alive.
Game shot on the 5th leg. Alex Spellman.
That's a world-class 14 darter to save this game.
6th leg, it's Kurt to throw first.
Sure, Alex
Game
has
on.
played many different formats of this sport, but predominantly at the minute he'll be playing what we call 0-1. Any game that ends in
60.
0-1. Off the back of Las Vegas at the weekend, which he didn't attend, they had many different competitions on, didn't they? They had cricket, they had doubles, triples.
180.
Yeah, didn't Leonard Gates and Fallon play in the cricket? I think they won it.
55.
I know that Fallon won the female cricket
Yes.
competition. I am not
She's-
shocked to see that.
No, she's very good at it.
You know who taught her to play cricket?
Go on.
Adrian Gray,
Oh, well, yeah. That doesn't surprise me.
one of the best
45.
cricket players in the world. We had Adrian Gray here very recently, didn't we? Great to see him playing again.
140.
very good level. Yeah, but Adrian taught me to play cricket as well. As part of Team UK.
Yes,
we
for
went
when
to
you
play-
play the soft tip.
Yeah. Brilliant teacher.
It's an amazing game.
58.
Absolutely amazing. Ronnie Baxter and Andy Fordham taught me how to play that. And then Eric took it to another
100.
level.
Is he the best cricket player you've ever
Yeah.
seen?
Yeah, his counting, his brain just worked at a different speed. Although Steve Brown, American Steve Brown
135. Go
from London,
146.
well, from Surrey, he was amazing. He used to bamboozle me.
Bamboozled.
140.
Would have been Alex had that double
Alex,
16
require
landed.
83.
That was a great attempt for the biggest finish of our day. Now, we have to look at the possibility of this game going all the way. If the bullseye is found. But it isn't.
39.
And Parry's got a chance of
requires
finishing the day with 8
32.
points. Needs another one of those.
Game
Show
shot
off.
on the match.
Well, maybe it's
Kurt
apt because he
Parry.
walks away with 8 points for the day after hitting 2 double 8s. So that's a really good start to Group A for KP, Kurt Parry. We haven't seen much of him since he won the Champion of Champions, but now he's firmly on our radar for what will happen against Alex Spellman in game number 2 on Tuesday. That will be in round 1 tomorrow, but for today, Kurt will settle for 8 and Alex will have to settle for 6. We've got one more game to go. It will be Van Biesien against Roman, and it is next.
So then our final match of the day, and it's a battle of the Belgians. Brian Roman, now a former tour card holder, of course, and he has shown his experience here today. Looked so assured, so confident and in control of his game. He's taken on his fellow countryman, James Van Bessien, who'll be very pleased indeed with his day's play too. Did suffer a whitewash defeat last time out, but his opponent did average in excess of a ton. It'll be interesting to see how he responds to that first defeat. So let's do just that in the company of Chris Mason and Paul Nicholson.
Thank you, Abby, one more time for Monday. So let's get our teeth into an all-Belgian battle. Well, if you like waffles, this is the game for you. We are going to be waffling on for as little as 6 minutes, maybe 10 or 12. But this is what Belgian darts is all about, really. More players being exposed to these environments so they can get better and join the likes of Van den Bergade, Huybrechts, Bartens, and more. Van den Berg, I didn't even mention him until 4th. I wonder what kind of season he's going to have.
You'll be getting a message.
Well, it just goes to show that in previous seasons, we have not seen that many Belgians fighting for spots.
Brian to throw first.
The fact that I haven't even mentioned
Game
Mike de
on.
Decker.
Yeah, he's been playing some lovely stuff. Well, we talked about the throw. We had a front-on look at the wow, what a start of the release of this throw. Look how much the dart moves around in the air. It goes, because it's coming out of his hand and it's released on an angle, it's flicking left and right before it's straightening up. Now,
59.
I don't know about you, Nico, but I'm fully aware of what my dart does in the air because I'll watch it. If I see my dart doing that, I couldn't cope.
59.
I would have a meltdown.
I'm not sure Brian can see his darts flying through the air because they're going that quickly.
Yeah, well, they're clean through the air. These are going left and right.
Are you trying to tell me they're doing a Nancy Kerrigan and doing a triple axel before they hit the board?
Yeah, well, a lot of darts will do that climb, or they'll weep and then wibble in the air before becoming perfectly aerodynamic on entry. Where his, because he turns the dart to the right, they're coming out and
65.
they're going left and right.
I'm still convinced that that's why he uses this shape of barrel, because if he was using something that was long and cylindrical, it would land really, really
flat,
leaning to the right.
Yeah.
Whereas Brian's darts just don't have any choice. They go quick
47.
and they can't stop. They've got no brakes, those darts.
No, they go through the air so clean.
There was another dart player that was winning titles in the PDC until 2010, who used to do something fairly similar to this. Maybe not as
60.
accentuated.
Only require
But
150.
he used to hold the dart very lightly and push them through the air. And he was Yorkshire's best ever player. And Dennis Priestley.
100.
Nobody has ever gripped a dart like Dennis Priestley.
134.
Yeah, what a player. Oh, 80 left. He went tops last time and he's gone for it this time.
74.
Again, you've got to go treble 20.
This will be conventional. Will it be in?
Game shot on the
Silly
first
question,
leg.
really.
Brian
As the day
Roman.
has gone on, I feel Brian Roman has started to sink into Super
Like it's
Series
James to
life
throw first.
very, very well indeed.
Yeah, he's playing well within himself and he's not pushing it. It's almost like, right, okay, I'm not playing at my best. I'm accepting that. I'm just going to get the best out of me.
125.
When someone is coming fresh off the tour, where you might travel all the way to Barnsley and play one game
135.
repeatedly, one of the good things about coming to Portsmouth is that you're guaranteed 5 games on Monday, 5 games on Tuesday and Wednesday. And that gives your body and your action a time to figure things out. That's what they're all looking for.
180.
A beautiful time to get that camera angle.
Yeah, and there's no better place to try and figure it out in a competitive environment.
140.
That's exactly what you want.
Well, considering what they're hitting when that camera angles come on, let's just leave it there.
Yeah, it's not great when they want double 16, Nico.
Fair point.
100.
A ton. Brian here will be thinking, oh, single 17
56.
leaves him the big
Games
fish.
of require 96.
He just wants to go at it. It's up to James as to whether he does get a crack at it. A lovely marker for treble 20, that is.
56.
Well, it's all down to you, Brian. You left it. Sails over the top.
60.
And it should
Games
be
of
1-1.
require 40.
I think it will be 1-1. Does like tops.
Game shot on the second leg.
Pins it.
James Van
Averaging
Besten.
over 100 with a 13 darter there.
His darts go in the board very
Look at
similar
Brian to
to
throw
that of
first.
Leighton Rees. Low centre of gravity on the dart. Upright angle.
42.
Something very pleasing about it. But Brian's not a name that you would find is that popular with young people anymore. It's a somewhat
No,
old name, isn't it?
My uncle was called Brian.
98.
Also the name of the dog in Family Guy. Well, if he'd hit that 180, I was going to say that was very cool, Whip. I know that Jamie Caven would love that. He's a big Family Guy fan. He's a very good impressionist of the Family Guy characters as well. You'll have to say that to Jamie next time you see him.
140.
It's not a bad game at all. Rahman is in control of it somewhat from this position.
99.
And he still retains that control somewhat because of that last dart there. Just looking at the eyes of James Van Bessen here, and he's staring with such purpose at that dartboard. It's almost as if
59.
you've just submitted your own car insurance claim to him, and he's looking at the whole thing with a magnifying glass.
Yeah, I love his focus.
77.
Rahman just keeps finding that big trouble with his last dart and just keeping his nose in front.
I think he's been the one thing that's impressed me the most today. I've seen from Spellman what I expected.
60.
I've seen from Parry what I expected. I've seen from Rahman what I expected. But I've been impressed with James because he's exceeded my expectations.
63.
Yeah, absolutely.
James
As I
require
said to
144.
Abby, I'm pleasantly surprised. He's playing at a higher level than what his stats indicated.
92.
I think one of the reasons for
Ryan
that is
require
because
80.
this is such a good place to play.
Agreed.
Pops for Brian.
40. James
that
require
miss
52.
Could signal a break of throw against him. Mace said he likes tops. He wasn't lying.
Game shot on the third leg. James Van
That's his
Bessen.
double. That's a break of throw. Control
Well,
switches
that is James to throw first. Game on.
to James.
All of a sudden, Rahman looks like he's seen a ghost. We've all been there. You have one shot at a double to take
100.
a 2-1 lead on your throw, and all of a sudden, you're up against it in a short format match. You've spoken many times, Mace, about these long trips to
134.
America where you'll play best of 3, best of 5, double start, 3-1.
Cricket. Triples. Luck of the draw.
Really, really short format stuff under financial pressure. Now, these guys aren't under financial pressure, you would say, here
84.
this week. But this short format really does find you out if you play poorly. That's one of the best 140s he's thrown all day. That shoulder was not engaged as much, and the delivery was right on point.
140.
It's a wonderful 140 from James as well. Keeps him 50 in front. One solitary mistake here from either player might result in this whole game changing. No mistakes here from Brian. 619s give him a chance to go for treble 19 again with the next dart to set up the immediate break back. His margin for error is tiny.
137. Brian record 93.
Well, his left top's piling pressure on Rahman. Needs a treble.
Game shot on the
Well,
4 flag.
There you go.
Brian Rahman.
Just give me one moment. Just going to add that 19 and 24. Yeah, that's 93,
Look,
Nico.
it's Brian to throw
I
first.
don't understand why I've never gone that way.
He has got one of the best referees in world darts, and even Owen Binks took 2 or 3 seconds there just to make sure that was the right shot.
140.
That will go down in the highlight reel, not just of the week or the day, for the year. That is typical Brian Rahman. Flashy to the finish and brilliant as well.
Yeah, no wonder they call him the Riddler.
100.
Wow. I'm thinking 74. What's he down there for?
99.
48 for 26 maybe?
Yeah, that was my initial thought because he hit double 13 earlier, didn't he?
He did, yeah. Off the 57 for double 13.
Absolutely.
On 83, wasn't it?
Maybe he just likes the position of double 13. But
97.
when you consider that on 74, it's got to be a treble to double anyway, fine. If you're, some people are more comfortable with the bullseye than out the doubles. I'm totally behind it. It's unusual, but it has merit. I don't mind saying in my commentary box here, sitting next to Chris Mason, it had me laughing because there are not many things that you've seen for the first time, and that was one of them.
164.
Well, you worked it out a lot quicker than me. I thought he's miscounted.
100.
I wonder if he's going to miscount this week. I'm not sure he will, you know.
No. Well, it was something we were discussing with regards to how advanced some of the counting has become, but the fact that
100.
Luke Littler is
164.
so... It's like how Ronnie would play snooker, in fact, that he's just so far ahead.
Game shot on the 5th leg.
He is 6-7 darts ahead, isn't he, in terms of what he doesn't hit, what he would then go for.
And when you consider the position that Brian was in at the end of leg 4, James is on tops after a 137. He's got to hit that 93 to draw level, and since then he has hit the turbo.
140.
Now he's got a great chance of winning this match and joining Kurt Parry on 8 points overnight.
Statistically, at the moment, in terms of combined averages, best game of the day so far.
Absolutely. And if you're marking your cards for Tuesday, this will be the first game of tomorrow, shortly after 9:35 a.m. Judging by this, it could be worth watching.
180.
He's not going to give up. That's his second 180 of the contest. However, someone's on one.
140.
Just a bit too quick.
Just trying to crash that one in. Still well in the leg, though.
$60.
Great chance. To level things up and take us all the way in the last game. However, Brian Rahman says niet to that.
121.
It has to be the ton topping checkout to take us all the way. And now Rahman's got time on his side.
57.
Because one chance will give him 8 points. He doesn't need any more time. A wonderful 11-darter from Brian Rahman in the last leg of the day after some incredible flamboyance on the bullseye with a 93 checkout in the previous leg. give him his best performance of the day, and in fact, the best of anybody. 50% on the doubles was not enough for him. He wanted 57%. 100.8, that brilliant average. And the smile of the Riddler will be followed by nobody, because he will be top of the table going into tomorrow. He has surpassed that of Kurt Parry in points and in leg difference, although he has got the same points as Parry, that's 8 points, but leg difference, he makes it to +9 overnight. And James Van Bissian, 101.2. Well, it's a losing average, but it's a good sign of our first match tomorrow, which will be the two Belgians. But for now, we will bring it to the end of our show. Chris Mason has made his way to the stage to join Abby Davis.
Yeah, thanks very much indeed, Nico. We're going to start with Brian Rahman, the man who is sat top of the league standings after our opening day of Group A action. What have you made of him as a whole? Because as I mentioned earlier, he's looked so assured, so confident over the course of the day's play.
Yeah, I'm pleasantly surprised by a few of them today, because Brian Rahman didn't come into this with any kind of form. It just shows you a different mentality, a different approach. He's happy, he's smiling, the pressure's off, he's focused, he's playing with absolute freedom, as we've just seen in that final game of the session. And yeah, he looks a dangerous proposition for the rest of the field this week.
His mid-range finishes have been superb, but that 93, just talk me through it.
Yeah, well, he's gone for the 57 for 36, 19, leaves 74. And we've seen it earlier in a shot where he went 57 for double 13. He loves double 13. He's gone for the 48, strayed north. I'm still adding it up, and the dart's in the bullseyes. But that's the speed of thought. Because he goes that way a lot, he knows what it leaves, so that doesn't affect his rhythm, which is probably why he hit the ball. But it's, yeah, he's looked very, very good today, and he's steadily got better as the day's gone on, and that's just the fact of not playing knockout darts. That's the advantage of this format.
A word on Lee Budgeon. He's lost all 5 of his matches today. We mentioned at the top of the show he had a bit of difficulty getting here, got stuck in traffic this morning, arrived 25 minutes before his opening match. But the one that will really sting is that defeat to Kurt Parry. Missed match starts in that one and led 3-0.
And was playing very well at the time, and that just shows you how quickly you can get bogged down. The opposite of what happened with Brian. You know, you get off to a reasonably good start and you build a bit of confidence, bit of momentum, start to feel good. The practice in the practice room feels better, and Lee just never got himself up to speed. He's got work to do. For me now, it's just about coming back tomorrow, finding his feet, getting a couple of wins on the board, and getting himself ready for what looks likely to be Group C.
For Alex Spellman, if you're him right now, what on earth is going through your mind? Because he's averaged in the 70s, 80s, 90s and produced our only ton topper of the session. What is going through your mind?
That's just where his game is right now. It's just inconsistent, and he probably can't put his finger on why. I think sometimes he can get bogged down with trying to be too accurate. I know that probably goes against what people think about this sport, but if you're trying to be too precise, you can end up just tightening up, and sometimes he does look tight. Not necessarily nervous, but he's just trying to almost put them in the exact spot that he's aiming at, and that will restrict you in terms of your fluidity with your throw. But he knows he's got a great game in the locker. We keep seeing them from him. What he's got to try and work out is why he can't back a great game up with another one and another one and another one, because that's the only thing that's potentially holding him back. Listen, in America, the levels are different. And you may be able to get away with 1 or 2 over there. Over here, and especially in Q School, you're not going to get away with them.
And we've spoken a lot about the overall quality in Week 10. Do you think that pressure is maybe reflected in some of the performance we're seeing, because it is so vital to top Group A, so you avoid B and C?
Yeah, B and C look horrific this week, don't they? There's not one that I look at and think, oh, I'd rather be in that one rather than the other one. And inexperience. You know, it's going to play its part. Listen, Darren Webster, a very experienced player, never played in this setup before. There's lots to learn. It's all different. Getting your mind around, right, I don't have to win every game. You know, you want to, but you don't have to. Yeah, it's a tough week. And the debutant, especially James, I've been super impressed with him. nothing suggested he can play at that level when we look at his previous numbers. So he's relishing this environment and relishing the format.
And I don't want to take anything away from that performance that he's put in today. He has been really, really superb. But so often we see a debutant play like that on the opening day, and then they struggle to replicate it on days 2 and 3. Any indication that he may drop off tomorrow?
No, he looks mentally
Yeah,
strong,
he does.
doesn't he? He looks like he's enjoying it up here. He's focused. Yeah, I think someone like him can go from strength to strength. You often, like you say, often debutants with no expectations, they can play with a bit of freedom, and they're smiling. He was all business today, so I think that suggests he could even improve a little bit more.
And one thing that maybe Kurt Parry needs to improve on is the back end of legs, isn't it?
Yeah, if there's an Achilles heel with his game, Nico picked up on it straight away this morning. Nothing wrong with the scoring power in his game, but if he starts missing doubles in a game, he can then sort of drag on and it'll roll over and it becomes infectious. If he starts it in doubles, he's another one. This is wide open this week. You can make a case for probably 6 or 7 players potentially winning it on Saturday night.
It certainly is wide open. So make sure you come back and join us tomorrow morning from 9:30 a.m. where Group A resumes. And it is move-in day. We may see a lot of movement in the league standing. So make sure you come and join us then. It promises to be another cracking session.